Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The second day of Impact Evaluation Conference for KDI School's 25th anniversary will start in 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Impact Evaluation Conference for KDI School's 25th anniversary. I'm Hana Choi from KDI School, and I'm very excited to see you all again this event. If you are new today, please note that the question will be monitored and collected during the presentation through KDI School IEconference.com and YouTube channel of KDI School. Now, let's begin today's event. The third session of the conference will be about banking and business. For this session, it is my great pleasure to introduce Professor Jin-Soo Lee as our session chair. His research specializes on investment and international finance. Everyone, please welcome Professor Lee to the screen.
Thank you for your kind introduction, Ms. Chair. In session 3, I'm Jin-Soo Lee from KDI School. In session 3, we have 3 papers which will be presented and discussed. I'm very delighted to have such outstanding papers will be presented and discussed in this session. For each paper, each presenter is expected to present for 20 minutes, and we have designated discussion, 10 minutes for a discussion. Then after 3 presentation discussions, we'll have 3 discussions from floors and probably listeners around the world. So let me invite the first presenter, Professor Hwang from Korea University, titled Contingent Employment and Innovation. Let's welcome him.
The kind introduction. I still don't have the permission to share my screen. I cannot share my screen. Can anyone help? Oh, it's working out. Great. So thank you, organizer, for including my paper into the program. For the sake of time, let me go straight into my presentation. So the paper was motivated by the fact that contingent employment is large and growing worldwide. They now represent about 40% of the labor force among the OECD countries. It's not different in Korea, but we know little about its implications on firm outcomes. They primarily talk about benefits, especially the practitioners, such as a lower labor cost, greater flexibility in the use and relocation of labor, and potentially higher labor productivity given the threat of termination. But there might be costs as well in the long run. In particular, contingent contracts may discourage employees from making long-term effort, which is essential to do something like innovation. So in this paper, I aim to narrow the gap of our understanding by studying the effect of contingent employment on innovation. So for contingent workers, the definition varies widely across countries, but probably the simplest way to think about them is all but permanent employees. They exist at all skill levels and ranges from low skill ones, such as janitors, to high skill ones, such as doctors, lawyers, and consultants. But the paper focuses on medium skill ones who have barely failed to secure permanent positions. They're not going to make radical innovations, but they may still have the ability to make incremental innovations. For example, making the process of producing auto parts a little faster from 10 seconds to 8 seconds. That sort of things can be patented. When it comes to their existence, they're likely to be offered and accept these contingent contracts because outside options worsen in labor markets, while these contracts still pay the premiums as high as the cost of switching to other occupations. For only my research question is whether contingent employment of skilled labor affects corporate innovation. Theoretical prediction is straightforward. Higher dismissal risk and few rewards for long-term success will undermine the innovation incentive of employees. So we should observe a smaller amount of innovation output created. But it's ex ante unclear whether contingent workers indeed can innovate, making my question as an empirical question. Here's a summary of my findings. First, I find that innovation output increases when firms convert contingent workers into permanent hires following a shock that I'm going to elaborate in the following slide. And the results are conditional on the long-term rewards in place, consistent with the innovation motivating incentive scheme theorized by Manjo in 2011. But I do not find that the operating leverage increases, probably because only about 10.6% of employees were affected by the shock. And perhaps for the reason R&D and capital intensity do not increase, suggesting there has been not much managerial innovation input. When it comes to who innovate, apart from the former contingent workers, 3 other groups of employees can potentially innovate for whichever reasons. New hires, existing inventor employees, and existing non-inventor employees. First, I find that new hires do not innovate more. And then I find that new inventors, including former contingent workers, innovate more and better, but that happens only through collaborations with existing inventors who also create more and better non-collaborative patterns. Lastly, I find evidence of spillover effect that the innovation-associated employee departure increases. So to answer my research question, I exploit the quasi-natural experiment, which has 3 factors. The first factor is a work arrangement unique in Korea. Under the arrangement, contingent workers do the same core tasks as regular employees, hired when the labor market was strong, relatively, and they work full-time. So the arrangement, using the arrangement mitigates the concern that the contingent workers that who I study differ from regular employees in terms of not only the innovation incentive, but also skills and tasks they're assigned to, and their preference for flexibility. And the second factor is the Supreme Court ruling against the arrangement, which provides contingent workers with the innovation incentives. A nice feature of the ruling as a shock is that it had little impact on operating leverage and therefore managerial innovation incentives. This is important because otherwise it's going to be difficult to tease out who account for the increase in innovation output. That's the case because, again, only 10% of employees were affected. And what firms, as a result, had to do was to convert these contingent workers into the lowest paid regular employees. Also, the court did not enforce immediate conversion, so firms were able to negotiate with the contingent workers to do the conversion gradually whenever regular employees leave or retire. And last factor is the novel data on indirect hires, which make visible indirectly hired contingent workers. Another good thing about the data is that it's from surveys on randomly selected establishments. So using it mitigates the concern that the firms or establishments that use these contingent workers before the ruling differ from the establishment that did not use these workers in terms of unobservables that may affect innovation and employment at the same time. So when it comes to contribution, this, to my knowledge, is the first paper studying the effect of the contingent employment on innovation or generally long-term firm outcomes. And it's also first to confirm that the Manjo's innovation motivating incentive scheme also applies to rank and file employees. Not surprisingly, there are many papers about managers. Also, it has the small literature about the innovation by rank and file employees. Let me take a moment to explain my experiment. The contingent workers who I study here are so-called in-house subcontracted workers. They work with regular employees of the main contractor within the main contractor's factory. But they are hired through subcontractors, often located inside the main contractor's site. They look like agency temps, but they're different in that they're hired through not through staffing agencies, but through in-house subcontractors and work for the main contractor almost permanently. And there was shock in 2010, as I mentioned. The court concluded that they were misclassified. Here, the key legal issue was whether they were supervised by the main contractor. If they were supervised and used away for more than 2 years, they're employees of the main contractor, according to the Korean level law. If they were not supervised, they're employees of subcontractors, independently performing the subcontracted tasks at the main contractor's site. So I define treatment at the establishment level based on the pre-ruling extent of in-house subcontracted employment. But for supplementary firm level tests, I cruelly define treatment at the industrial level. Specifically, I define all firms in 4 industries that heavily used in-house subcontracted workers as trade firms, and all firms in 20 other manufacturing industries as control firms. I do so because I do not observe the subcontracted workers at the firm level data. And I use firm level data because I do not observe a pattern in the establishment level. So they're sort of complementary. But again, still, it is possible that industry-specific time trends affect the estimated treatment effect. So I carefully do matching. But still, firm level evidence is at best suggestive, I acknowledge. And data, the sample period is from 2005 to 2017, including 2010, the ruling year in the middle. And the data is from the workplace panel survey administered by Korean Labor Institute. And the sample includes establishments hiring 30 people or more. And these establishments are randomly sampled for each stratum defined by industry, region, and size. And they're surveyed every 2 years. And as I mentioned, nice thing about the data is that there I observe indirect hires. On top of information about compensation, which I use to study the incentive, the role of innovation incentives, and a human capital inflow and outflow, and a little bit about the innovation output and input. Here's a snapshot, 2009 snapshot of the manufacturing employment in Korea. It first shows that indirectly hired contingent workers account for 13.2% of the total employment in manufacturing, which is much greater than 1.7% of directly hired contingent workers. So the comparison sort of already proves the worth of using this data to study contingent employment. Also importantly, the subcontracted workers account for 10.6%. So what you're going to see from now on is going to be the effect of converting these 10.6% into regular employees. So I do standard difference in different estimation using the following specification. I indexes establishment, J industry to which establishment I belong, R province, C foundation year cohort, U unit, distinguishing multi and the single unit establishments. And the key variable here is a treat tilde, which is defined as treat dummy times treatment intensity measured by pre-ruling percentage of subcontracted workers times 100. Less species just to make the interpretation of coefficients easier. And treat takes the value of 1 for treated establishment that used subcontracted workers before the ruling, and 0 for control establishment that did not use subcontracted workers before the ruling. And post takes the value of 1 for the period starting 2 years after the ruling, and 0 otherwise. I picked 2 because it takes time to innovate and the treatment has been gradual. And I include controls loosely motivated by theories, and also include establishment fixed effect to control for any time invariant establishment characteristics that are known to affect innovation output in the literature, and also the province by year fixed effect and industry by fixed effect to control for any industry time-varying industry and regional characteristics that may affect innovation and employment at the same time. And research, first summary stat. This table compares traded and control establishments in 2009, and the difference in means in column 5 is computed for each stratum. So what the table shows are the following. First, they look pretty similar along the many observable dimensions. And treaty establishments. The treaty establishments use the more subcontracted workers potentially as substitutes of regular employees, and simultaneously produce less innovation output measured by capitalized patent costs. And not too surprisingly, they're less likely more likely unionized, which may be the reason for the subcontracted employment in the first place. But it doesn't affect the estimated treatment effects because it's difficult, if not impossible, to undo unions. And this table confirms the effect of the rolling unemployment. Column 1 first shows that the subcontracted employment has declined by 1.35 percentage point. For treated establishment, they used 1 percentage point more subcontracted employment before the ruling compared to control establishments after the treatment. But columns 2 to 6 show that other classes of contingent employment has not changed. And column 7 shows that there has been almost one-to-one substitution between subcontracted employment and regular employment. And column 8 shows that total employment has not changed. It declined a bit by 1%, but it's not significant. The decline is not surprising because the conversion is not costless, and the researcher rose to the alternative definitions for treat and post-dummies and stratum-based fixed effects, and also rose to the excluding controls. So the researcher not driven by any sort of specification choices. And here is the dynamics. The number of subcontracted workers is similar between treated and control establishments before the ruling, but it's much smaller afterward for treated establishments. But that's not observed for other classes of contingent workers, independent contractors, dispatched workers, day workers, fixed-term workers, and part-timers. And then I look at innovation and find that innovation output measured by capitalized patent cost increases, both in level and per human capital input measured by wage expenditure. And column 3 and 4 uses bump level data where I observe patents and show that the number of patents also increases for treated firms in this case compared to control firms after the ruling, both in level and per human capital input. And the dynamics, the treatment effect kicks in, starts in year 3, not too surprisingly because, it takes time to innovate. In Korea, for example, it takes on average 1.5 years to have a paid patent applied, eventually granted. And also the conversion has been gradual. When it comes to channel, I first find evidence consistent with the innovation incentive. First, as I mentioned, the Manzo's innovation motivating incentive scheme, probably I didn't explain this before. It has 2 components. First one is the short-term tolerance for short-term failure, and the second one is rewards for long-term success. I here measure long-term rewards using merit pay or the annual salary system, with which employees can negotiate the next year's salary based on their performance this year. And find that the innovation researcher primarily driven by treated establishments that had the merit pay in place. And columns 2 to 4 look at the breakdown of the basic pay and find that the researcher almost entirely driven by treated establishments that had a skill-based basic pay in place. I find personally these basic pay research interesting because if you think about it, unlike the larger scale R&D driven innovation projects, the type of innovation created by rank and file employees are likely to be coincidental. There's something that happens while investing in the firm's specific skills or human capital. So I think the research makes sense. And column 5 shows that the research are the strongest from the traded establishments that had a merit pay and the skill-based basic pay in place, both of them. And then I also looked at the incentive schemes for the managers and executives and find that they do not explain the increase in innovation output. And also looked at and tested formally the managerial responses. First, I find that the operating leverage has not increased much. and also the cost of the ruling and the lost benefits of contingent employment are not high. And probably for the reason R&D and capital intensity did not increase. Data at this point, so far, I mean, the research altogether suggests that contingent employment, incur the cost of less innovation for unclear benefits. Then the question is why firms or managers use contingent contracts to hire skilled labor in the first place. A testable possibility is managerial myopia, and a taste based on foreign ownership suggests evidence consistent with the possibility. So, for example, I mean, if the managers are going to be replaced every 3 years, they have little incentive to invest in or care about innovation. And as I mentioned earlier, when it comes to who innovate, I first find that the new hires not innovate more. Their representation does not increase after the ruling. That's what the columns 1 and 2 show. And any increase in their representation within establishments are not associated with the increase in innovation output. That's what the columns 3 and 4 show. And then I look at, I use the fund level data and find that the existing inventor employees innovate more and better. And most of the innovation gain come from the collaboration between the new inventors and the existing inventor employees. And not too surprising, they also innovate more and better independently. So the story you can think about is it's like the senior faculty become more productive after the highly motivated junior faculty joins the department. And also the research, I think, makes sense because although they are not, I mean, existing inventor employees are not newly incentivized, they have the experience of creating and patenting innovations, so they may collaborate afterward with the newly motivated, the former contingent workers. But when it comes to the innovation by existing non-inventor employees, that's not testable because I cannot distinguish them from the former contingent workers. They both form a group of new inventors in the patent data. To separate them, I need information about the subcontractual relation between firms, but unfortunately, I don't have that. But still, intuitively, they're neither newly incentivized nor have experience of creating and patenting innovation. So I suspect that their contribution to the innovation output would be negligible, but it's just my interpretation. And lastly, I find evidence consistent with the spillover effect, consistent with the literature about entrepreneurship. When the innovation increases for whichever reason, entrepreneurship, startup creation follows typically. So column 1 first shows that voluntary employee departure increases, and column 2 shows that involuntary departure for reasons such as retirement does not increase. And column 3 shows that the increase in voluntary employee departure is associated with the increase in innovation output. So to see who are leaving, because it makes a little sense that the people who have just, I mean, contingent workers who have just secured job security leaving right after that. I looked at the fund level data and find that the inventors who are leaving after creating patents are mostly the existing inventor employees. New inventors also leave, but only after creating patents with the existing inventor employees. So, yeah. So to conclude, the paper finds that contingent employment skilled labor reduces innovation and potentially entrepreneurship. And the research, I believe, have policy implications because labor market representation of contingent labor is large and growing. And it also adds to the ESG literature, which views employees as human capital or asset that create value in the long run instead of a cost center. And also it hopefully adds to the discussion about future of work because as you may know, much of the employment growth worldwide, especially in the advanced economies, are from the rise in gig labor. That's it from my end. I very much thank you for listening to my talk, and I very much look forward to the discussion by that will follow.
Thank you, Professor Huang, for our presentation. We have designated discussion, Dr. Emergent Panich from Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia. You have 10 minutes. Let's invite him.
Sure, thanks very much. Let me try to share my screen. One second, please. Okay, I assume it's showing up fine. So thanks for having me discuss this wonderful paper by Professor Huang. So just to summarize the paper very quickly, this paper exploits a Korean Supreme Court ruling to study the impact of contingent employment and innovation. It finds that when in-house subcontracted workers are converted to full-time employees, innovation output increases. And then the main mechanism of this effect seems to be coming from the long-term incentive to invest in firm-specific human capital. So overall, I think the paper is very nice and well executed, and obviously a very important topic. So I just have a few comments for the author. So the first one is regarding discussion of the economic magnitude of the effects that are estimated by the difference in differences framework. So, I mean, this comment can be addressed very simply by just, showing the readers the sort of average outcome for each table. So, for example, when you show the effect on the shift in employment type, which, to my understanding, it's that there's a 1% decrease in IS workers and then 1% increase in regular employees. It'd be nice to know sort of, what employment growth in general was like during the time period, to see, the effect was discussed in the paper as being small, but again, it's nice to contextualize it. And then secondly, likewise, when the paper discusses the innovation effects of, a 5 to 7% increase in sort of patent activities, depending on how you measure it. Again, it'd be nice to know sort of what innovation activities looked like during that time, so we could get a sense of, how big this effect is, right? So if this effect was very big compared to the mean, then would help sell the paper in the sense that, look, this policy change that seems to cost the firms very little had a very large impact, right? I have two more. My last set of comments is about some, I guess, puzzling results to me personally, and I apologize if this has to do with the fact that I missed something in the paper. So table 3, which is the table on summary statistics, shows that treated establishments have 16% subcontracted workers. So to my understanding, this is sort of the treated workers, correct? And so table 4 shows that the treatment effect is only 1%. And so that seems very puzzling to me, because I would expect that, the difference in differences is picking up like the change throughout the whole time period, right? And so I would think that the percentage change in the workers type should be closer to the 16%. So that's one thing I didn't understand. And again, if this is something I've missed in the paper, I apologize. And then the second set of puzzling results that I think would be nice if the author could discuss a little more is that, given that the treatment effect on the workers is so small, again, it's a 1% change, it's sort of surprising that innovation activities increase by so much, so 5 to 7%. Again, if this number is small because of in general, innovation activities by the average firm is much larger than that, then maybe this makes more sense. But again, I think it's nice if the author could discuss a little more about why the effect is sort of large or seemingly large. And then lastly, I don't remember seeing this result in the presentation. I might have missed it, but one of the other results that the paper shows is that there was a large decrease in R&D expense, and the number is about 20%. after the rule change. And again, is confusing to me because you would expect that all else equal, R&D expense would go up. The paper talks about something about like increasing efficiency, but again, 20% decrease is very large. And so I think that would be a nice discussion to have. Again, overall, that's all my comments. I think the paper is very nice. I mean, it's very close to submission, I believe. And, just more discussion of some of the results would make the paper very good. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Emerson of Panich. Let's wait until the end of the session for responses together, because we have time limits. We don't know how much time we'll have for the remaining papers. So let's move on to the next paper. Please wait a little bit, Professor Huang, for your response. So let's invite the Dr. Emerson of Panich for his presentation. The title is Age Gap in Mortgage Access. Welcome him for his presentation. You have 20 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, is it showing up? Okay, it is. Oh, great. So again, thanks for having me present my work in this wonderful conference. The title of my talk is, of course, the age gap in mortgage access, and the usual FET disclaimers applies. So in this talk, I'm going to try to answer one research question, which is, what is the relationship between age and credit access? And the motivation behind this question is twofold. Number one, for academics, little work has been done on this topic simply because there's no data set that has both age and credit application outcomes on a large scale. And so this paper is going to try to establish some facts about this issue. And then for policymakers, at least in the US, the population is aging very quickly. And so the question about how aging affects credit access is potentially important to many people right now and sort of more people in the future. And so it's an emerging policy issue. So in this paper, I'm going to use a large data set of mortgage applications to do two things. Number one, to document some conditional correlations between age and mortgage access. Namely, I'm going to look at the relationship between age and rejection probability, reasons for rejection, and interest rate spreads. And then at the end of the talk, I'm going to discuss some potential explanations that could give rise to these correlations that I have documented. So the main data set that I'm using for this paper is the confidential HMDA data set from 2018 to 2020. And the main reason for limiting to these years is that these are the vintages that contain the applicant age, along with the other characteristics and mortgage application outcomes variables that comes with HMDA. The sample that I'm using is composed of 5 million single borrower rate and term refinance applications. And the reason for focusing on refinance applications is that, the goal of the paper is try to estimate this conditional correlation between age and credit access with as little bias as possible. And so in this sample, it's more likely that the applicants are more comparable across age groups. Now, of course, I'm not saying that it's a perfect estimation, but I think this is a good sample compared to, let's say, home purchases and the like. And so the other data set I'm using is prime mortgage rates from Freddie Mac. In this paper, I'm just going to estimate a bunch of very simple regressions with the following form, where some outcome variable y is regressed on a vector of age group dummy variables. The age groups are as shown here. So I have 18 to 29, 30 to 39, and so on up to 70 plus. And then I'm going to have a vector of control variables, which are just observable characteristics from the HMDA data set. And these are sort of, applicant characteristics such as race, ethnicity, gender, income, credit scores, and the like. And then loan characteristics and property characteristics are sort of very standard to the literature. And then I'm going to include month by track fixed effects and also lender by time fixed effects. And so here, this regression is basically comparing applicants who are very similar in terms of like the timing of the application and the location of the property, and also to the lenders as well. And so again, this regression is going to give us the conditional correlation between age groups and the outcome Y. So this first regression table shows the results for rejections. So here I'm regressing a dummy variable that equals to 1 when the application is rejected on the age group variables and the control variables. Column 1 shows specifications where I have the age group variables and all the controls with tracked by month fixed effects. So there are a couple of notable patterns here. So number 1, there's an increasing relationship between rejection probability and age, right? And this increase is monotonic. So it tells you that as you get older, you're more likely to be rejected. And then second, it's surprising that even for the younger age group, so looking at the coefficient on the 30s age group, there's still a significant difference. So this suggests that even relatively small increases in age matters. And then lastly, if we compare the coefficients to the unconditional rejection probability of 17.5%, these are large economic magnitudes. So for example, the 40s age group has an increase, so about 10% in relative terms, right? Columns 2 and 3 shows the regression results where I include lender and lender by time fixed effects, and I find that the results are sort of qualitatively similar, which means that this result is not really driven by sorting across lenders, meaning that older applicants are not applying to lenders that are more stricter in terms of approving loans. So as some of you may know, the mortgage access literature has been largely focused on race. And so here it's helpful to compare the coefficients on the age variables and to those on the race variables. And here I'm just showing you the regression results from column 3 of the previous table, but now including the race coefficients just for presentation. And the main takeaway is that the age effect is comparable to the race and ethnicity effect, which means that age is an equally important correlate to credit access. This table shows so here I'm studying the relationship between age and rejection probability across loan types. So in the HMDA data set, there are 3 loan types. So conforming loans, which are loans that could be sold to the GSEs, which are Fannie Mae's and Freddie Mac, and then government guaranteed loans such as VA loan, FHA loans, and then column 3 shows the result for non-conforming loans, so everything that the banks have to hold on their balance sheet. So across 3 columns, the main takeaway is that we find this same increasing relationship between age and rejection probability. And the striking result in column 3 is that if we look at the interaction term on non-conforming and the age group variables, we find that not only that the age effect seems to be increasing within non-conforming loans, but the magnitude of the increase is also large, which sort of suggests that age is a proxy for some sort of risk that lenders care about and that they don't want to hold on their balance sheet, meaning that if the loans could be sold or if the loans are guaranteed, the age effect is sort of attenuated, while if I have to hold the loans on my own balance sheet, I care a lot more and I'm more likely to reject according to age. So in the first set of results, I've shown that there's this increasing relationship between age and rejection probability across age groups. Now I'm going to exploit the large size of the data set to show the relationship between rejection probability and age at each age value, and also how this age effect interacts with gender. So this figure shows the result from a regression where, again, I regress the rejection dummy variable onto each age indicator variable instead of each age group variables. And I plot the coefficients here. So there are two notable patterns. Number one is that the increase in rejection probability seems to follow the increase in age, right? It's not the case where we see the age group result because it is a step function. This graph shows that it's a general increase. And then second, the increase accelerates in old age compared to younger people. And then this second graph shows regression results from where I interact the age indicator variable with the indicator variable for female. So the blue line on top shows the rejection probability with age for male applicants. And then the red line shows the result from the interaction term, which is the difference for female applicants. And so two observations here. Number one, it's generally the case that female applicants face lower rejection probabilities, but the difference between male and females becomes statistically different from 0 after the age of 50, and the difference sort of grows in old age. And so the main takeaway from these two graphs is that number one, rejection probability generally increase with age, and sort of the interaction between age and gender matters a lot. So obviously one natural question is, why are older applicants being rejected more often than younger applicants? And one nice thing about the HMDA data set is that it gives rejection reasons for rejected applications. And so in the next exercise, I'm going to explore the relationship between age and rejection reasons. So this table is a little hard to see, but I'm essentially regressing a dummy variable that equals 1 if the application was rejected for each reason that is shown here. There are 9 reasons, and I'm just going to go straight to the main result, which is that there are 2 reasons on this list that seems to fit the pattern, which is that there's an increasing relationship between age and the rejection reasons. And the 2 reasons are in column 4 and 9. Column 4 is insufficient collateral, and column 9 is other, which I will explain more. So insufficient collateral is usually the reason that's given when the appraised value for the home comes in way too low compared to what the applicant is asking for. So for refinancing, it means simply that the applicant is asking for a certain loan size and with a certain LTV, but then the appraised value comes in way too low, and so the application gets rejected. And so this result suggests that it seems to be the case that older applicants are bringing sort of worse collateral to the lender, or there's this interaction between age and collateral quality, conditioning on the loan that the individual is asking for. If I do a simple quantification exercise with these estimates, this insufficient collateral reason can explain roughly half the age effect. We move to the other reason, which is a catch-all category for reasons other than the stated age, which could potentially account for things like inability to contract, which also happens in old age, where the lender might reject an applicant simply because he or she thinks that the applicant is too old to legally enter into a contract. And this other reason can explain about 15% of the age effect. So in the last part of the empirical portion of the paper, I'm going to study the relationship between age and interest rate spread. So I've shown you pretty convincing results. I hope that at the application stage, older individuals are sort of worse off because they face high rejection probabilities. Now I want to see whether conditioning on getting approved, what does their loan pricing outcomes look like? So I'm running similar regressions here where interest rate spread is regressed onto age group variables along with the same controls, but also here I'm also controlling for the number of points that borrowers pay, which of course matters a lot for the interest rates that they get. And here I roughly find the same relationships where there's an increasing relationship between age and interest rate spreads. And the difference exists for young applicants. And again, the economic magnitudes are large compared to the unconditional mean. And this is not driven by sorting across lenders, again, because it survives sort of lender and lender by time fixed effects. And so the main takeaway here is that even after getting approved, older applicants tend to face face less favorable loan terms because they tend to pay more in interest rates. So just to recap, I've shown you for the empirical part of the paper, I've shown you that age is possibly correlated with rejection probability because of insufficient collateral, and then interest rate spreads. So in this last part of the paper, I'm going to discuss some potential mechanisms that can explain these results. Namely, I'm going to talk about selection bias, age-related mortality risk, and some other explanations. And since I'm only showing correlations here, I think the appropriate interpretation is that any combinations of these explanations can explain the correlations that I've shown so far. So first, of course, selection bias is a large concern in this set of analyses because I'm not showing any causal estimates. In other words, I'm not doing some natural experiment that randomly varies age and looking at the outcome. And so it's very likely that the result I've shown you so far is driven by some sort of selection bias or omitted variable bias. Namely, it's anecdotally, it's true that would-be retirees do not like to carry debt into retirement. And so it means that the particular group of old people I'm looking at in this study is sort of a special sample because they are carrying debt into retirement or would like to carry debt into retirement because they want to refinance. And so it could be the case that financial distress among old people in the sample gets worse with age because, of course, your income is lower as you age, and then your wealth depletes as you use it during retirement. And so if financial distress is driving this, and of course I'm omitting it because it's very hard to condition financial distress, then age could also be just a proxy for financial distress, and that's why we see the results we see. The second explanation, which I think is interesting, is age-related mortality risk. So in the United States, when a borrower dies, the three things happening to the loan. Number one is that the loan is going to be taken over by heirs, so family members. Second, it can be prepaid through asset sale. So if there's an estate, the lawyer can sell everything and then pay everything off. And then lastly, if the assets do not cover the loan, then the loan eventually goes into foreclosure. So intuitively, the death of borrower introduces uncertainty in loan performance for lenders because if the loan gets foreclosed, then that's a foreclosure / default risk. And if it gets prepaid, then there's a prepayment risk. So stepping back, a rational lender should care about mortality risk because of these two channels. And so the mortality risk story sort of fits the empirical fact that I've shown you so far because number one, mortality risk increases with age and the increase is larger during old age. And that's the first plot that I've shown. And then second, mortality risk is low for females and the gap in mortality risk between male and female increases with old age. And that's the second figure that I've shown you. Third, if I'm a rational lender and I sort of care about this mortality risk, then I should care more when I have to hold onto the loans on my balance sheet, right? And so that explains why the non-conforming loans effect is so large. And then fourth, it also agrees with the insufficient collateral story because all else equal, if I'm lending to an older individual, I might require him to put up more collateral, and hence older individuals are more likely to be rejected because of insufficient collateral. And then lastly, conditional on approving the loan, I'm still taking on this more risk, right? And so it makes sense that I should require more compensation through the form of higher interest rate spreads. Again, the mortality risk story seems to fit the patterns, but of course I can't confirm or rule it out. So, further research is required. Then lastly, a few other sort of important mechanisms are these, which is number one, there's an emerging literature on the disparate impact of demographic blind statistical models, such as machine learning models. There are papers that show that even if machine learning models do not use demographic variables such as race, the outcome of the lending outcome would still adversely affect minorities because race is such a good predictor of credit quality and hence loan outcomes. So this could be going on as well. second, taste-based age discrimination could be driving the result. But from the two figures I've shown you, this seems less plausible because it's unintuitive that taste-based discrimination should produce those two plots. Then lastly, of course, differences in shopping behavior across age groups could drive the interest rate spread results, where older applicants are less likely to shop more than younger applicants, because nowadays there are things like fintech and the like, right? So if older applicants do not shop as much, then they don't have that bargaining power to lower their interest rates. So just to conclude, I hope that today I've shown you that there's this positive relationship between age and rejection probability and interest rate spread, which implies that overall, as you age, you face higher barriers to credit access in terms of, refinance loans for mortgages. And then second, I've shown that age compared to race and ethnicity is an important correlate when it comes to mortgage access. And so this shows that, there's a large literature on credit access and race, and so age probably get a similar attention as well. And then lastly, there are many mechanisms that can drive these results that I've shown you today, but of course, more research is required to show which ones sort of causally drive these results and which one are sort of more important than others. And that's all I have. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Emerson Panich. We have a discussion for this paper. Professor Agamola from Luxembourg Institute of Social Economic Research. You have 10 minutes.
Okay, great. So let me just share my screen here and then make this into a slideshow. Okay, and then let's see. So let's go to the slideshow part, right? Okay, so thanks a lot for that introduction. Thanks also to Nati for presenting very well. So it was fun to read this paper. I was surprised actually initially by the result, because I would think that ex ante, or before seeing this, I would suspect that rejection likelihood should be lower for older people because they've had more time to accumulate wealth and build up credit. So especially in the 40 to 60 age range, that's quite unexpected. So as ex ante, I think my impression would have gone the other way. Just Nati did and I hope you don't mind me using your first name, or Dr. Amorna Serapinich, but I'll just call you Nati. So he mentioned basically that he looks at this confidential home data disclosure act data set and specifically focuses on rate and term finance loan applications for single borrowers between the period of 2018 to 2020, which I think makes a lot of sense because there's a lot of unobservables for first-time home buyers that might show up and bias the results. So I think it makes sense to do that. I would be, just out of a curiosity, do we see similar results in that sample of home purchase loan applications, which I believe was 8.9 million observations, and also in the cash out refinance sample, so different kind of refinancing, which has 3.3 million observations. So I would just be curious to see what patterns do we see there with age and rejection likelihood in those samples. But again, looking at rate and term refinance makes total sense to me. Another thing to point out was you focus on single borrowers. Again, that makes sense to narrow down what the age is. But I would also be curious, what does it look like for two borrower applications? And then again, there you would have to make some judgment calls about how to quantify the age of the two borrowers. So in any case, that's just more of a curiosity from my parts, but I thought it'd be potentially interesting to look at. About the data set, if it has borrower identifiers, even if these are de-identified identifiers, if you're able to drop repeat applications, if they've applied to many different lending houses or different years, I don't think that would affect things much, but if you can do it, that would probably help. Okay, so at the loan application level, NATI regresses a rejection indicator and later interest rate sped for approved loans on age is the primary explanatory variable, like you said, and tons of controls, including credit score, loan term, loan amount, debt to income, gender, race, ethnicity, AUS approval, and a bunch of others, as well as time, census tract, and lender fixed effects. Okay, so lots of controls there and fixed effects, and looking within lender, I think makes sense. I guess you don't have this information, though. Again, as a curiosity for myself, I would like to, it would be interesting to see if marital status plays any role in this effect that you're finding. Okay, so but I'm guessing probably the data set doesn't have that. Okay, so just to quickly to summarize the results, so age is positively related to rejection probability, and for loans that are approved, the interest rate on the loan, the coefficient estimates show a 1 to 6% higher rejection probability relative to the 18 to 29 age group. Okay, so 18 to 29-year-olds is the reference group that NATI is using, and so all these estimates are relative to rejection relative to that group. Okay, and so this varies depending on what the age group is and the specification. 6% without the strictest fixed effects and in the highest age group, and then you have 1% in the strictest one with the lowest age group, and then everything else is in between. So the magnitudes are large, considering that the unconditional rejection rate is 17.5%. So every 1% increase in the conditional probability translates into a 5.7% increase relative to the unconditional probability. So a 6% higher rejection rate would be 34% above the unconditional mean. Okay, so and then he looks at the subgroups conforming loans. The difference in the magnitudes in the coefficients across age groups are smaller. Government guaranteed loans, the coefficient becomes negative, insignificant for 30 to 59-year-olds, small for 60 to 69-year-olds, and then it jumps up for the 70 to plus group. So for non-conforming loans or GSB ineligible loans, those that can't be bought by Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, the marginal increase is much higher across all age groups, and I'll talk more about that in a minute, what exactly that means. And I thought one very interesting finding here was with the effect is increasing by age for males and decreasing for females, actually, which is quite puzzling. I think NATI has some good explanations, but this is I find it very perplexing. Okay, so NATI discussed a number of explanations for this, and reading the paper, I think he was very exhaustive in many of the types of things that could be driving this, and he was very upfront with some of the limitations. So I won't get into this too much, but just one of the things that he finds, and this is useful that the underwriters have to provide some reasons for rejecting the loan application, is that the most salient appears to be rejection due to insufficient collateral value. That makes total sense to me because homeowners might not be aware of what the value is in the home until they've gotten it appraised for the purpose of refinancing. And then they find out actually, oh, it's not enough. And this also makes sense that older homeowners are less attentive in maintaining the quality of their house than younger homeowners. Probably they're doing less improvements, and houses they can have some just wear over time. The less homeowners, they have less energy, probably are less attentive to that. So that makes sense that we would see lower or a drop in collateral value from the time of the purchase to the time of refinancing. Selection is also included. This I'll save this for now. One thing I thought was interesting, that NATI didn't highlight in the paper, was that one of the reasons for rejection, which is just high in the 70 plus group, is that the loan application was deemed to be incomplete. And this is a similar magnitude that we see for the insufficient collateral reason. So the magnitude coefficient was 1.2 for the incomplete application reason and 1.34 for the insufficient collateral, but this was only large for the 70 plus group. And so, that also makes sense to me that older applicants are probably less attentive to the making sure that all parts of the application are complete, even though you would think that if they're using a broker or have the assistance of a loan officer, that wouldn't be the case. But so I thought the coefficient was pretty high. So other explanations that Nati mentioned, omitted variable bias and age-related mortality. Again, I think those are also plausible. So I'll skip this graph, but we see that there's essentially a monotonic increase for every individual year increment, which is quite interesting. And then it kind of shoots up in the once we get to the 75 plus group, and we also see larger standard errors. That makes sense. Probably lower sample observations in this set, and I think that it also makes sense that if someone who is 89 who's applying for a refinance application, probably has a low likelihood of getting approved. Again, I thought the female male discrepancy was interesting, especially since this is monotonically decreasing essentially with each increment of age increase. Okay, so just a few comments that I had for Nati. So first, one of the things here is the reference group that's being used. And this is something I mentioned a bit earlier, is that all these coefficient magnitudes are with respect to the 18 to 29 age group. And I think it's potentially a little bit overstating the coefficients to use this as the reference group. And perhaps it's not the best reference group, I think, for a couple of reasons. So first, it only makes up about 6% of refinance applications. This is just from the descriptive stats in table 1. So it's not super representative of the kinds of people who are potentially applying for refinancing, okay, which by itself probably isn't a big deal. But there is, I believe, heavy selection going on in this group itself, not just with the older group, but also especially in this 18 to 29 age group. This is somewhat an unusual group, not just to be a first time to have a home loan application, which is not what you're looking at, but to have a refinancing application, which means that these are very mature, precocious home buyers. And so there is a lot of selection into this group. So the credit score that you mentioned is 731. This is just from the table 1 in this sample for this group, while the population average for the 18 to 29 range is 662. And this is close to the 30 to 39 group and the 40 to 49 group, which have probably more years to develop wealth accumulation and to develop credit. So this is there's a lot of selection into the 18 to 29 group that I think is leading to just excessively low rejection rate among this group, because this is I would think that the group that is buying a house and then refinancing at this stage, they have resources or particular situations that are not common to other 18 to 29-year-olds, and probably are very different than all the other age groups, 32 to 100. So I do think that using this age group does lead to higher coefficient estimates than if you had dropped them. And I would say my personal opinion here is, in my point of view, is that this is just a heavily selected group. It's probably an outlier group. I would probably just suggest to either drop this group from the analysis or do some additional analyses where this group is dropped and begin the reference group at the 30 to 35 age, just to get just to not get the influence of using this as the reference group. Okay, so you're seeing 3.39%, but that's relative to the 18 to 29 group rejection probability, rather than relative to a 30 to 35, the 30 to 35 group, which you don't have exactly, but you could make one. Okay, and just to kind of as an offshoot to this, there's not much variation of the coefficients when examining conforming loans. So let's jump to the next one. So as you mentioned in your talk, that conforming loans, we see, this is from table 3, conforming loans, that can be bought by, Fannie and Freddie. We see that the rejection likelihood relative to the reference group is 1.48 for 50 to 59, 1.49 from 60 to 69. And we see another jump from 70 plus and a bit of a jump here. So there's a lot lower differences in these magnitudes relative to the previous table. We see much larger gaps in the rejection probabilities as we move from age group to age group. And so one of the reasons I think this is the case is that this is a more comparable group. You mentioned that this is a the banks have less risk because they can sell their mortgages after they close the deal, which is certainly true. But I was looking at it more from a selection angle, and that you can compare these groups of loan applicants more cleanly than to the whole pool. And so I think if you had if you adjust the reference group and you also look at this these conforming loans, the effect is not that climactic. There's still an effect there, but it's not as gargantuan as the effects that you find in Table 2. I think that's totally fine though. Government-backed loans, I thought, also made a lot of sense to me because these have very little risk. We do see a jump in the 60 to 69 group, and then another big jump in the 70 plus group. I think again, this is probably due just to structural reasons like insufficient collateral or incomplete applications, rather than the specific model that the lender is using. And then another interesting thing here that I saw was that conforming loans make up 3.7 million out of the 5.35 million of the sample observations, and these government guaranteed loans make up another 900,000. So collectively, these two make up 4.6 million observations that you have in your sample. And so it seems that a lot of the kind of big jumps in the magnitudes are happening due to these non-conforming loans. And so the question is, why are these non-conforming? Is it because of they don't meet the guidelines for conforming loan, or is it because they are asking for too much? So again, I feel like there is a selection story going on here, and it might help to tease out the effect just by looking at these subgroups which you have. Okay, so as you mentioned, there's selection going on in the older age group. I believe that's definitely the case here, given that they have a much lower AUS approval likelihood, 48%, which is way lower than all the others. And the coefficient is only significant in this 60 plus. So I think this also indicates to me that there is a lot of selection going on just with financial distress or savings or collateral value, as you mentioned, that is potentially leading to these higher magnitudes. Okay, so just one suggestion I would suggest would be to use the PSM sample. You might be able to just make cleaner comparisons that way. I think with the observations that you have so many that you probably could get a pretty cleanly balanced sample there. Okay, so just finally, I will finish with another thought that I had, was that brokers or lenders usually discourage applicants with a low likelihood of approval from going through the loan application. Especially for brokers who do not get paid unless the loan closes, they should drop or dissuade bad applicants from applying just to save time. So, a couple of questions show up here. Are brokers not being used? Are older applicants simply just trying to refinance with the original lender that is overseeing the mortgage? If brokers are being used and loan officers are not dissuading older applicants more, then why does this preliminary screening appear to be worse for older applicants? Okay, so is there just greater uncertainty or variation in the older groups? Are there aspects of the lending model that are unclear to brokers for applicants in this more advanced age? So why are they not dissuading older applicants more? That's the main question I had. I don't know how much investigation you can do for that. That would be interesting to find out. And if brokers and loan officers are dissuading older applicants more, then it's possible that older applicants are just paying less attention to these recommendations, because it's costly for the brokers to waste time to go through this whole application, and eventually, if the deal doesn't close, they don't get paid and they've just lost out. It's possible also that brokers, as a behavioral explanation, brokers are just showing deference to older applicants and not discouraging them as strongly as they would younger applicants. That's also could be potentially a reason. So I've gone over time, but it was very interesting paper. I thought, again, ex ante, I wouldn't have expected that result, especially in the 40 to 60 year range. And the result with female and decreasing was also very interesting. So thanks, Natif, for that interesting paper.
Thanks, Cyrus.
Thank you for again. We'll postpone the response from the presenter at the end of this session. Last paper by Professor Egmola. I'm sorry that I introduced your operation incorrectly previously from University of Minnesota, titled Merchant of Death. You have 20 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Professor Lee, and it's totally fine. And sorry that you guys will have to hear me talk for a long time continuously since I just did the previous discussion. Also, sorry for the kind of morbid tone of the discussion. Nati was also talking about mortality, and I'm going to talk about mortality. So I hope this will you guys won't be too depressed after this. So first, let me just thank the organizers for including the paper in the program. The conference has been a lot of fun so far, and a lot of interesting papers. I've learned a lot today, and also from the sessions yesterday. So I'm looking also forward to the discussion, but so far it's already been very fulfilling. Okay, so this paper is co-authored with Pinar Karaka Mendic, Shui-Lin Lee, and Richard Thakur. This is me right here, and we all have some affiliation with Minnesota. Shui-Lin was a PhD student. He's now at South Carolina. The other two authors are also at Minnesota. And so basically the main question we're looking at is here broadly is how do negative shocks in the credit market, how do these transmit to hospitals who borrow from the credit market and in turn affect their performance in treating patients? Okay, so hospitals utilize credit markets to finance their operations, to pay for investments and pay for doctors. Okay, when there are shocks in the credit market that limit their access to financing, how does it spill over into their performance? And does it affect real health outcomes? Does it affect patient health outcomes? Okay, so in the US, healthcare spending is huge. It's 18% of GDP. Hospitals account for basically 1/3 of the spending. So 1/3 of the spending is spent on hospitals. So hospitals basically have two goals. One is that they have a health provision objective. So they are trying to provide care to the public. And they also need to maintain, to have enough revenues, enough financing to function, to continue operating. Okay, so they have to basically balance their health provision incentive and their financial obligations, their financial incentives. Okay, this is true for both nonprofits and for-profit hospitals. Okay, so this topic I think is particularly salient in the given the recent pandemic, which we've all unfortunately had to deal with. But basically, in the U.S., when the pandemic was first came about, hospitals had basically postponed their elective surgeries, and this was a big hit to hospital finances. Okay, so hospital revenues declined because a lot of revenue comes from these elective surgeries or elective procedures. Inpatient admissions also decreased, which hurt revenues. So a lot of hospitals during this period in early 2020 were in financial distress during the COVID-19 pandemic. And some of them closed down temporarily. Some doctors were laid off. Some doctors had pay cuts. And so this notion of shocks to hospital finances is topical in the sense that it's happened recently. Now we don't look at the COVID-19 pandemic, but we look at another shock to credit supply, which is to financial performance or financial financing, which is on the debt side. Okay, so hospital external financing is composed of 70% debt. So a lot of their external financing comes from the credit market, almost no equity. And this is also true for hospitals in our sample. And so the credit market is very, very important to hospitals. Okay, and so for identification strategy, and I'll talk more about this later, we look at hospitals that borrow from banks that are stress tested by the Federal Reserve. Okay, and I'll talk about why that's a credit shock. Okay, so we have a difference in different specification, which seems to be a theme. Many of the papers have used that in this conference, interestingly, but we also use that. And our data is hospital level data, which is financing, operating, and also care quality measures. Okay, so just a summary of the main results. We find that hospitals who do face negative credit supply shocks become financially more efficient. Okay, so they increase profitability and revenues basically to compensate for this limited credit access. But patient outcomes or patient care quality, the healthcare quality that they give patients is worse for hospitals impacted by the shock. Okay, and so we find that for hospitals that are affected by the shock to credit access, cost of borrowing increases. So higher rates on the loans, lower loan amounts. They are more likely to seek new lenders. Revenue and profitability increases. Inpatient admissions increase. Okay, and we find that the payer mix results in more privately insured patients, and the patient severity is also lower for affected hospitals. So this indicates that they are admitting healthy or patients with less severe conditions, so lowering the bar for inpatient admission. Okay, so what does this increase in inpatient admissions do? So healthcare quality declines. Okay, could be that doctors have less attention to spend for each patient, not just doctors, but also the medical staff, nurses and residents and interns. Okay, so healthcare quality declines in affected hospitals, and we see this across a wide variety of both objective and subjective measures. Okay, so let's get into the empirical design. Okay, so like I mentioned before, we're looking at hospitals that borrow from banks, which undergo a stress test. Okay, so what exactly is a stress test? So a stress test was the policy that was put in place by the Dodd-Frank Act in the United States in 2010. And basically what it says is that for banks that have, sufficiently high assets, above 50 billion or 10 billion, depending on the year, they have to undergo these hypothetical scenarios that are developed by the Federal Reserve to gauge their financial health. Okay, so the Federal Reserve comes up with these hypothetical scenarios that are based on current and projected economic conditions. And they see, okay, what does the bank's balance sheet look like and their financial numbers, what do they look like after they go through these potentially severe crises? Okay, and based on that, they give some guidance to these banks. Okay, and so the first set of stress tests, according to the Dodd-Frank Act of 2010, were implemented in late 2012 for banks with assets above 50 billion. For banks with assets above 10 billion, this happened over the next 2 years. Okay, so we have a staggered implementation depending on size of the bank. Okay, so why is this a shock to credit access? Basically, the earlier banking literature has found that stress tested banks increased loan spreads. Okay, so increase the interest rate and reduce loan supply for risky borrowers. So the reason is that in order to improve their capital adequacy ratios following the stress test, they engaged in risk management incentives to improve this capital adequacy ratio, and that basically meant lowering risk through demanding higher interest payments or reducing the amount of lending they had to risky borrowers. Okay, and even if borrowers do not directly face higher rates, and most of the time they do, if they look for new lenders because of the higher rates, this will also result in a higher rate, because when you have a relationship with a bank, you can get a lower rate just based on lower information asymmetry if you've had a relationship for a long time. If you have a new relationship with a bank, they're going to charge you a higher rate just because of this lower information asymmetry. So indirectly, if you get a new lender, it would also result in a higher rate. Okay, so hospitals, unfortunately, are risky borrowers, low profit margins. There were bankruptcies even before COVID, resulted in a lot of hospital mergers. Healthcare bonds accounted for 20% of all municipal bond defaults from 99 to 2010. And hospital municipal bonds, healthcare municipal bonds also have higher yields than regular bonds. Okay, so they are particularly risky borrowers. And we also confirmed that and I'll get into the results in a minute, that they did have a negative impact following the stress test for affected hospitals. Loans are important for hospitals. So average loan size or average facility size, 78 million per hospital per loan. Hospitals can take a few or several loans per year. So total hospital lending in a given year for a given hospital, 144.3 million for the hospitals in our sample. Average loan size over borrower's total assets, 33.7%. So hospitals are very highly leveraged. Okay, so we get the hospital loans from DealScan in the US. This has different loan types from 2007 onwards. We focus on the lead bank in the syndicated loan. So in the US, hospitals actually have a very rich reporting requirements. So we get our hospital financial and operating data from the CMS Healthcare Provider Cost Reporting Information System, or HCRIS. So this is basically the hospital's balance sheet, but it's more detailed than the regular firm balance sheet that you would normally see. So we have bed utilization, patient discharge information, employment information, and a huge swath of employment information. Okay, so doctor pay, nurse pay, and different kinds of even just the blue collar worker pay and hours worked. So a lot of rich information is provided or collected by CMS, the Centers for Medicaid and Medicare Services in the U.S. So that's where we get our financing and operating data. The sample is from 2010 to 2016. We have 33,658 short-term acute care hospitals. So we do not consider government-owned hospitals. These hospitals have a very different incentive structure. Okay, so just for-profit and non-profit hospitals. Okay, so for the quality of care measures, we have these timely and effective care or process of care scores, which look at standard procedures. If these standard procedures were performed by the hospital, basically making sure that patients were given the correct medication at the time of admittance or discharge, or if the procedure was done in a timely way at the time of admittance. We also look at 30-day readmission and mortality rates. So readmission is an unexpected or unplanned readmission 30 days from discharge. Readmission or rehospitalization 30 days after the patient has been discharged from a hospital. And so these are widely used basically just to indicate attentiveness of the medical staff and how well they've treated the patient. Okay, we also have some subjective measures, which comes from the HCAHPS. This is the patient survey data, which is done 48 hours to 6 weeks following discharge of the patient. Okay, so we also have patient survey data that we also use. Okay, so the specification, again, is a differences specification where the main explanatory variable here is stress test exposed. So this is one, if a hospital was borrowing from a bank that was stress tested in the previous year. So remember that stress tests can happen late in the year. So we use the previous year as the gauge for exposure. Okay, so if a bank gets stress tested, it can engage in risk management incentives by increasing the cost of debt for the hospital that borrows from it. Okay, and so the hospital is indirectly affected by the stress test because of these risk management incentives that get passed through to the hospital. Okay, so beta measures the relationship bank stress test effect. So the variation comes from whether the hospital has a stress tested relationship lender, and through the timing, we have staggered implementation of stress tests. Smaller banks were stress tested later than bigger banks. Okay. So we also have a bunch of fixed effects and a bunch of controls. Okay, and why here is the outcome that we look at. We have many different outcomes, financial, operating, and healthcare quality. Okay, so let's get into the results. So first we look at, okay, is this actually a negative credit supply shock for the hospital? Okay, so we look at in this specification, this is at the facility level, the loan level, the loan hospital level. So for hospitals that had debt, okay, we look at for those that were exposed to stress test, do we see any change in their cost of debt in their loan terms relative to hospitals that were not exposed to the stress test, but nevertheless had borrowing from banks? Okay, so for hospitals that were exposed to the stress test or had a relationship lender that was stress tested, the spread, the interest rate and fee increases by 63 to 75 basis points. The amount of the loan decreases. The maturity time, the time to maturity also decreases, and they were more likely to get a new lender. And so this is consistent with the earlier literature that has found that stress tests do impose a shock to credit access or cost of credit to risky borrowers. And we also find that this is above just the when we compare with firms, public firms, this is above the cost of debt that is imposed on public firms that are exposed to the stress test through their bank. Okay. Quantitatively, this implies about $1 million higher interest costs every year per affected hospital. Okay, so now let's look at the hospital level results. Okay, so again, treatment firms are those exposed to stress tests. Control firms are those not exposed to the stress tests. At the hospital level, so hospitals that do encounter or face a negative credit supply shock, they have higher profit margins. So they basically they improve their cost efficiency, they lower costs. Okay, they, as I mentioned, they have less debt. They also, we see a decrease in cash. So they start using their cash reserves more as a substitute for this limited access to credit. Patient revenues includes both inpatient and outpatient increases. Inpatient revenues, okay, so revenues that come from admitting patients to the hospital, increases by 8.6%. Outpatient revenues also increase. These are procedures that are done without a hospital stay, without an overnight stay. And so we, across the board, we see that revenues increase and profitability increases just through better cost efficiency. Okay, so basically, they have to make up for the lower reliance on debt, and they do this through greater reliance on resource utilization, so admitting more patients and also lowering costs. So let's look at the additional operating measures here. Occupancy, this is the percentage of bed days that are used in the hospital over the year. We've seen increase in the occupied bed days that the hospital has, so they're closer to capacity for affected hospitals. We also see discharge rate. This is the patients that are discharged who have been admitted. So this goes just this implies that there are more patients being admitted to affected hospitals. We see a greater change in inpatient admissions. Okay, doctors, their compensation typically for hospital employed doctors typically is based on the services performed. So if you have more inpatient admissions, then the doctors within that department are getting compensated more because of more services that they're performing. HCRIS also has an hourly calculation for hours that the doctor has worked or the medical staff has worked. We also see hours increase. So doctors are performing more services and there's a higher patient load. Okay. Oh, so additional results that are important. Basically, we look at the case mix index, which measures the severity of patient conditions for patients that are admitted. We see a lower case mix index. That means that for affected hospitals, so less severity in conditions. That means that hospitals are admitting more patients who have less severe conditions. than unaffected hospitals. Okay, we also see that the share of Medicare patients decreases. What this is saying is that actually this increase in patients are coming more from privately insured patients rather than Medicare patients. Okay, so let's get into the healthcare measures, the quality of care measures. Okay, so these are the process of care scores, the timely and effective treatment that I mentioned earlier. Basically, for example, PCI here is the frequency for which a patient who is coming in for a heart attack receives a PCI within 90 minutes of arriving to the hospital. Okay, antibiotic is the frequency for which the medical staff provide antibiotics to a pneumonia patients upon discharge. So these are standard procedures that are, completely medically accepted and are tracked by the hospital for CMS reporting purposes. And we see that for affected hospitals, those that are exposed to stress tests and have this negative credit supply shock, 5 out of the 6 measures are a negative and significant. So it implies that hospitals are affected hospitals are performing worse in providing timely and effective treatment based on these measures. Okay, so we also look at readmission. This is the parallel trends graph for pneumonia readmission, heart failure, AMI, that's heart attack, and in all readmission, this is a composite of many different conditions. So this is just the conditions that are tracked by CMS, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. So we don't see significant differences between treated and control hospitals in the pre-period, in the post-period, or after the shock. We do see that affected hospitals have basically higher readmission rates across the board. So more patients who are being discharged from affected hospitals require rehospitalization within 30 days of discharge across all conditions. And we also, here's the table for that corresponds to that those graphs, and we see that it's positive and significant. So higher readmission rate, which is worse across all the conditions that CMS tracks. And so quantitatively, almost 1,600 more patients are readmitted per year across affected hospitals. Okay, so we see a lot more patients being readmitted. So this is, again, in addition to or indirectly due to the negative credit supply shock. So an additional 1,600 patients readmitted per year. Okay, so let's look at mortality. This is with pneumonia. Pneumonia mortality rate. So this is the mortality rate or the rate of mortality within 30 days, again, of discharge from a hospital admission. We see that it increases for pneumonia across any way that we slice it, rate, number, or log of the number. Just quantitatively, it's 10% higher for affected hospitals. So a economically significant magnitude there. We also see similar results with heart attack. We don't see with heart failure, but heart failure is a more chronic and long-term condition. So mortality numbers are not likely to be reflected in heart attack mortality within the short term. Okay, just very quickly here, I'm sorry, I know I'm over time. So we look at, this is the patient survey data that we have. So again, not much difference in the pre-period between control and treatment hospitals. We do see a significant decline in patient experiences based on the survey data for affected hospitals. So overall rating of the hospital decreases, how they rate pain control in the hospital decreases, whether they would recommend this hospital decreases, cleanliness of the hospital, communication with doctors and nurses decreases, how much information they believe they were given, the noisiness or the quietness of the hospital also decreases. So across all measures that we see in the survey, we see a persistent decline in patient satisfaction at the hospital for hospitals that were affected by the credit supply shock. And so why is it that healthcare declines and patients are less happy and readmission rates increase and mortality rates increase? Well, we think this is due to the increase in the admission rate doctors are busier, less attention is paid to patients, and so they get worse care, and this is reflected later in higher readmission rates and lower satisfaction. Okay, so we look at some heterogeneity tests. Are the results stronger for firms that rely more on debt? They are. Are they stronger for banks who were closer to the regulatory minimum following the stress test? They are. We also do a propensity score match sample control for regional differences. So there's no, we have a map. I didn't bring the map here, but the hospitals are scattered throughout the U.S. So there's no regional specific cluster of hospitals. When we control for regional specific differences, we don't see any significant changes qualitatively in the results, and also for hospital system differences. Okay, so just in sum, we look at how do negative credit supply shocks or negative shocks to access to credit markets, how do they affect hospital borrowers, and how does this indirectly affect their performance in terms of patient health outcomes? Okay, so basically hospitals have dual objectives. They have a healthcare provision objective, and they also have a financing objective. And when there is a shock to hospitals in terms of that causes financial distress, they put more weight on their financial objective and less on the health care provision objective. Concerns over patient utility is what they have to trade off here. Okay, and so that's the gist of it, and I look forward to the comments.
Thank you for the presentation. We have a discussion for this paper. Dr. Jin from Zhejiang University. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. I will try to show slides. Okay, so can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think this is a very nice paper, and I will start with some quick summary of the paper. This article investigates the impact of credit supply on hospital health outcomes, and using bank stress as an exogenous shock to credit access for hospitals that have lending relationship with test banks. They find they affect hospitals shift their operation to increase patient revenue in response to a negative credit shock, but reduce the quality of the care to patients using a variety of measures. And and I think overall this is excellent work, and there are many reasons to like it. For example, the study combined rich data on hospital and the banks. They both from to investigate the impact of credit supply on hospital health outcomes. So given the limited time available for the discussion, I just focus on the potential weakness of the article and hope the comments are helpful in further improving the work. First, one of the most interesting findings is that shock to credit market affect health outcomes through hospital performance in providing medical care. So mainly from the supply side. So, but I wonder whether it's possible that credit supply shock directly affects individual health outcome due to factors such as reduced consumption or psychological pressure. I mean the demand side. And second, the paper used the DID specification with a staggered treatment to examine the causal impact of credit supply shock. However, estimate based on two-way fixed effects model may be problematic due to heterogeneous treatment effects across group over time. And actually, there are many recent literature have pointed out this potential issue. So I suggest all could use this alternative method to conduct a robust check. And finally, given the banks were selected to be stress tested based on where their total assets excess the 10 billion threshold. So it's possible that the size threshold is associated with the local economic conditions as well as health outcomes. And moreover, the timing of receiving the stress test may be also correlated with the health of a local population. So yeah, the authors have tried to use a propensity score matching to mitigate the concern of selection, but it remains unclear how the propensity score matching is implemented in the context of a staggered adoption of the stress test. So yeah, overall, I think it's a very nice paper, and so he has also only a few comments. Maybe I'm missing some important points in the paper, but anyway, I hope these comments will help to improve the paper. And I will stop here, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jin. Since we are more than actually we have more time than scheduled, so I'm afraid that we don't have time for general discussions from participants. But before we wrap up this session, we'll hear from each presenter about the comments by discussion. So first, Professor Fang, would you respond briefly within 1 or 2 minutes?
Yes, of course. Thank you for all the comments, Nati. Many of them are really helpful, and apparently the answers to some of the comments and concerns are in the text. And for example, like a 1 percentage point increase in the innovation output. That's related to the that's from the establishments that had they're matching between. I've been analyzing the effect of the association between the 1 percentage point more subcontracting point before rolling and the 1 percentage more increase in innovation output. So the in level. It's in the appendix. The research shows that the total amount of decline in the subcontracting employment is about 15%, matching the summer stat figure. And also the decline in the R&D expenditure. My interpretation for that is that because firms now can produce more innovation output per input, they may rationally choose to reduce the innovation input. But again, that's my interpretation. And otherwise, all of these comments are magnitudes, and clearly they're not the top innovators. Contingent workers. So I have thought a lot about this, but still, have answers here and there. But I need to better put them together and clearer in the intro. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Wang. Next, Dr. Emerson Panich, will you respond within 1 or 2 minutes?
Sure, yeah. I don't have much to say. The comments were fair, and I'm just gonna try to incorporate them the best I can. And I guess, you already know that some data variables I don't have in a data set, so I can't look at some of the interesting stuff that you've mentioned. But yeah, thanks again for discussing the paper.
Thank you. And lastly, Professor Egamola, will you respond briefly?
Yeah, I'll try to keep it brief this time. I know I'm the reason we went over time. So I think Dongfeng brought up some reasonable points. Just the ones that I can answer quickly. Basically, we in our Appendix B, we do look at the kind of the check for staggered DID with two-way fixed effects. We look at the other one. I think Santa Ana and Callaway, they have another way to kind of correct for that. So off the top of my head, I don't remember exactly the different points you raised. I guess just one of the other ones was with respect to, does it actually can the demand side affect health outcomes? So these are national banks, and the hospitals we're looking at are within, scattered across the U.S. And so it would have to be the case that the banks are the way it would transmit to consumer or to patients directly would be that if the borrowing was affected at the patient level somehow, either through businesses or some other way. But this is probably I don't think is likely to be major driver, given that these are national banks and we're looking at hospitals are scattered all over the U.S., but these hospitals do borrow from the big banks. So would it have to be the case that demand side is affecting hospitals within that particular region, the patients within that particular region through their lending, which is I don't think is a huge very very likely in our sample.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Ikamura. And I think we have had a wonderful session. I really enjoyed the presentations and discussions. And thank you for your participation. Let's wrap up this session with we can for presenters and discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This marks the end of morning session. Now we will have a lunch break until 12:30 p.m. in Korea. And online participant, if you are in a similar time zone or plan to stay awake, we will meet you again at the last session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
감사합니다. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will begin shortly. We kindly ask for your participants again and come back for the conference. Thank you very much. 네, 좋지가 않아서. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start our first session soon. Welcome back to the afternoon session. And this session will be about education and gender. Before I proceed, if you are joining us now, please note that the questions will be monitored and collected during the presentation through KDI School-IE-conference.com and KDI School's YouTube channel. Now it's time to invite our chair for the fourth session. This time, we will invite Professor Sirki Choi, who is a professor at KDI School. His research specializes on demography and sociology. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Professor Choi to the screen.
Hello, everyone. It's my honor to preside these very interesting sessions. Today, we have 3 presenters and 3 designated discussants. I think we may start from now on. Okay, I will manage I'm in charge of the management time, so I hope each presentations lasts 20 minutes, and then we will follow each the discuss. Okay, let's begin with the first topics. First topic is, the title is, Does Dominant Caste in a Village Influence Learning Outcomes? Evidence from Rural India. It's presented by Neha Baiwal. He's a postdoctoral research fellow at the University of Göttingen. He got the PhDs in economics from Indian Institute of Technologies in Delhi. Okay, then let's hear her presentations. Okay, Neha.
Thank you so much for the introduction, Professor, and thank you for giving me a chance to share my work in this conference. So this paper is a joint work with Saurabh Paul, who is at Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, India. And what we are looking in this paper is that, does a dominant social group in a village influence the learning outcome of the marginalized caste in rural India? So let me start by giving you a brief introduction about the India's education system. So what has happened in the last few years, India has undertaken a significant reforms in its education system with the introduction of a centrally sponsored scheme, which was Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan in 2001, which basically means education for all. And this was later reinforced with Right to Education Act in 2009. And one of the objectives of these reforms has been to bridge the social and gender gaps at the elementary school level. In the recent year, what has happened is that the more and more children are now enrolled in school. So particularly at the primary school level, the enrollment is in the age group of 6 to 14 years is close to universal. More than 96% of the children are in school since 2009 in India. Now, as more and more children are now enrolled in school, what becomes important to understand is whether they are learning what they are learning in schools. Unfortunately, learning assessment at both national and international levels shows a very dismal picture. So the large number of students in India are still not equipped with the basic reading and writing skills. This is a national report which shows that only half of the children who are enrolled in grade 5 can read a standard 2-level text, and less than 1/3 of the student in the age group of 6 to 14 years possess the basic arithmetic skills like division. Even at the international level, India took part in the program for international student assessment in 2009, and India ranked 72 out of 73 countries. So what it shows is that while the enrollment is universal, particularly in primary school, but still the learning has not reached to a desired level. So one is the learning outcomes are low. The other problem is that there is a huge intergroup disparities in these learning outcomes, and which will be the focus of this paper. So in India, The Indian Constitution recognized the two most disadvantaged social and economic groups in India, which are scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. So in India, we do have something called the caste system, which is basically the hierarchical ranking order, where the person who are born into by the birth is born into a certain caste and placed in these hierarchies. Now, the people who are at the lowest or at the bottom of these caste systems are and they have been subjected to the centuries of discrimination and exclusion, and they have been identified by our constitution as the most disadvantaged social and economic groups. And they are known as scheduled castes and scheduled tribes, or the lower caste or the socially economically backward caste. Now, in order to uplift these two marginalized groups, the government of India has provided them with several affirmative actions programs in both education and employment. However, despite these efforts, these two marginalized groups still remain overrepresented among lower levels of education, lower levels of occupation distribution, consumption, and wages. Now, let's look at the learning level, since the focus of this paper is on the learning level. So what we do here, what I show here is the reading skills. So I divide the total population, the total, so these are the children who are in the age group of 8 to 11 years. And we have three categories. So the two marginalized groups are the scheduled castes and the scheduled tribes, which are SC and ST, and the rest of the population is the non-SC ST. We have 5 outcomes of the reading skills. So the students who cannot read at all, the students who can read letters, the students who can read words, and the highest is the students who can read a story. And what we see here is that the large proportion of the students from the SC and ST background, they cannot read at all. And they are in the age group of 8 to 11 years, still they cannot read at all. Now, if we look at the highest reading skill, which is reading a story, we find that once again, the share of the student from the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe background is lower, those who can read a story compared to the non-SC/STs. So this is for the reading skills. This is also true for the arithmetic skills, where we have 4 categories. So the student who cannot recognize even a 2-digit numbers like 12, 13, 18, 99. And the students who can recognize the numbers, but they can't do a subtraction. And the highest is the student who can do a division. And once again, what we find is that the students from the SC and ST are overrepresented at the lower levels of learning. So these are the higher proportion of them cannot recognize the numbers, and the lower proportion of them can do division. Why do we think that it's a problem? That so one is that learning outcomes are low. The problem that we are showing here is that not only these learning outcomes are low, the problem is that there is a gap in these learning outcomes. So some groups are lagging behind and some groups are doing better. And why do we think that we should address this problem? Well, if we want to achieve the goal of inclusive education, we have to make sure that everyone is doing equally. Not only that, while literature suggests that education is associated with the labor market outcome, and it has seen as a very important tool to break these traditional caste hierarchies or for the social and economic mobilities. And the deficit, so the gaps that we saw in the learning outcomes, they started at a very primary. So these are the children who just started the school. They are still in the primary school, and we see that the gaps started at the primary school levels. And the later in life, they just magnifies over time, which may lead to the cycles of intergenerational inequalities. And therefore, it is important that we address these gaps at the right time. What the literature has to suggest, so why this gap exists, the literature has mostly directed attention to 2 kinds of factors: the individual and the household related factors. Okay, I'm sorry. So what the literature has suggested is that there are 2 types of factors that can explain these gaps. So one is the individual and the household related factors. So it could be that the parents of the children from the non-SC/ST, from the SC and ST backgrounds are the first generation learners. They themselves are not educated. They have a lower economic status. They have a lower, which may explain that why they are lagging behind. The other kind of factors which the literatures have directed attention to, the school factors, the type of the schools that they are going to, the discrimination that they face in school, or the bullying from the peers that may explain that why they are why they have a lower learning outcomes compared to the other groups. Now, what we are doing in this paper, we are trying to look whether the village social structure, particularly which caste or which social group is dominant in the village can explain the gaps in these learning outcomes, or can explain that why the learning outcomes are lower for the marginalized group. And with this paper, we are trying to contribute to this emerging literature. So usually the identity or the caste identity or the social identity is associated with an individual or a household. But there is emerging literature which is moving away from that and defining the identity and giving the identity to a larger geographical unit like a village. So what happens if the village is considered as a scheduled caste or the scheduled tribes, and its effect on the economic outcomes? And that is what we are trying to look in this paper. Okay. Now, why do we think that the village dominance can impact the learning outcome? So there is a literature which suggests the neighborhood and the community that the child lives in plays a very important role in the social and economic mobility of a child in later lives. So consider two situations. So there is a kid from the marginalized caste. And in the first scenario, assume that he or she is staying in a village which is dominated by the higher caste. So they are staying in the village which are dominated by the non-SC/STs. Now, that means what is that in such setting, their caste is more salient. They may express the high stress. They may express a differential. They may experience differential treatment in such villages, which may affect them psychologically, which may affect their confidence, and thereby leads to a lower learning outcome. On the other hand, there is a literature which suggests that the higher caste dominated villages are also the privileged villages in terms of getting access to the public goods. So the higher caste dominated villages not only have the better access, but they also have good quality of skills. So teachers' presence in these schools are higher. And that means when the kid from the marginalized caste is staying in such villages, they also have access to the better quality of schools, which may improve their learning outcome. Now, which of these effects are dominating is something that we thought will be interesting to look at. And that is what we are trying to do in this paper. The notion of this concept of the dominant caste is not new. This is something which dates back to 1950s, and this is coming from sociological and anthropological literature, where the dominant caste has been defined the caste or the group which has the majority population share in the village, and also the greatest economic and political power in the village. And later, these definitions have been changed, and widely in empirical literature, the definition of dominant caste which has been used is based on the economic power which arises from the land ownership. And we also use the same definition. So how do we define a dominant caste in a group, in a village, is based on the economic power. So for example, if the non-SC/STs owns the majority share of the total village land, we say that the village is the higher caste dominated. Similarly, if the scheduled caste owns the majority share in the total village land, we say that the village is the SC dominated. And similarly for the STs. The data for this paper is coming from the recent round of Indian Human Development Survey, which is a national representative survey which covers roughly 42,000 households in India in 1,500 villages. Now, apart from that, it also tests the reading, writing, and arithmetic skills of 12,000 kids who are aged between 8 to 11 years. Now, the main identification strategy that we are kind of focusing on this paper is that we are assuming that this village dominance is kind of constant. Now, why this is constant, I'll tell you. So historically, the upper caste or the higher caste, the non-SC/ST groups, have been the most powerful groups in the villages for a very long time because they have access to the economic resources and the political influences. Now, in colonial India, there was a system called the Jamidari system, under which these groups, the higher caste, were made the land, they were basically the landlords, and the people who were cultivating their lands were the tenants, were basically from the lower caste. Now, when these Jamidari systems were abolished in 1950s, what happened that it was successful in taking away some of the land from these upper caste and giving these land to the tenants, which are basically from the lower caste. And as a result of access to these land ownership, in some of the villages, even the lower caste or the people from the scheduled caste and scheduled tribes, even they became the dominant caste. In addition to this, India also introduced the several affirmative action programs which try to improve the political representation of these groups in politics, and thereby, so not only the access of land, but also the political influence of these groups increased. And therefore, in some places, they gained the power and they became the dominant dominant caste. And this variation in the dominant caste is something that we are trying to exploit. And after 1950s, there has been no major land reforms which has taken place in India, which could change these land settlement patterns. So the land settlement and the village caste composition has remained essentially unchanged for decades now. I also show this. So this Indian Human Development Survey is a kind of panel data which has 2 rounds. So so here we have the village dominance. So there are 3 types of villages dominated by SC, ST, and non-SC, ST. We see that over the rounds between 2000 and 2011, there is no much change in the village dominance. The share of the villages which are dominated by the different group remain fairly constant. And not only that, the other concern that there could be a migration of the village. So there could be a migration from one village to another in search into the villages which have the better learning outcomes or which have the better outcomes, is also does not hold true, particularly in our sample, because more than 97% of our sample has been staying in their village of residence from last 15 years or more. If we look at the change in the land ownership pattern over these 2 years, we also see that it has been almost zero. So there has been no change in the land ownership or the amount of the land ownership in these 2 years. So these tables and these numbers kind of confirm that the village dominance is kind of exogenous in our setting. Okay, so just to quickly remind you, what we are trying to do here is that we are trying to compare the kid from the marginalized caste. So assume a situation that you and me, we both are from the marginalized caste. And the only difference between you and me is that you are staying in a village which is dominated by the higher caste, whereas I am staying in a village which is dominated by my same caste group. Given that all other things, the socioeconomic status, our parents' education, everything is same, does that makes a difference to our learning outcome or not? So these are the main results of the paper, where what we have is that this is the caste of a kid, and these are the villages. So the SC in the non-SC/ST villages, the SCs in the SC-dominated villages, and SC in the ST-dominated villages. And we have the 2, so this is for the reading, and we have the 2 learning outcome, the lowest, the students who cannot read at all, then the students who can read a story. Now, what we see here is that the SC, the proportion of the SC kids who cannot read at all is 20% in the non-SC/ST dominated villages, whereas the proportion of the SC kids who cannot read at all is 15% when the kids are staying in their own caste dominated villages. Similarly, if we look at those who can read a story, we again find that the higher proportion of the SC kids can read a story when they're staying in a village which are dominated by their own caste compared to the non-SC/STs. This is for the reading skills. For the arithmetic skills, we find the same pattern, that the SCs are less likely to recognize the numbers when they are staying in the villages which are dominated by the higher caste compared to the SCs who are staying in their own dominated villages. This is for those who cannot do division. Again, 21% of the SCs can do a division when they're staying in their own dominated villages, compared to only 12% of them can do a division when they're staying in the non-SC/ST dominated villages. So this is for the SCs. For STs, we do not find a very clear pattern on the learning outcome, and this could be because the SCs are geographically isolated, and their integration with the other caste is still very low. And then that may explain that. So, there we do not find any variation in the village dominance, because the village, they're mostly staying in the villages which are dominated by their same caste, and which may be the reason that for STs we do not find a very clear pattern. So what we do next is that we try to fit, so these are basically the main results of the paper. And what we try to do next is that we try to fit this in a nice empirical framework where we try to control for several factors that may influence these outcomes. And what we are interested in here is that the summation of beta 3 plus beta 5 will give us the performance of the SCs in their own dominated villages compared to the non-SC/ST dominated villages. So we have again 2 outcomes, those who cannot read at all, those who can read story. And what we find is that once we control for state fixed effects and several controls like parents' education, parents' occupation, the child age, gender, the standard in which the child is studying, we find that our results are robust. So the SC children are less likely to read a story when they are staying in a village which are dominated by the higher caste compared to their own caste. So this holds true for the reading skills, and this also holds true for the arithmetic skills. But what can explain these results? So why the SC kids are doing better in the SC dominated villages compared to the non-SC dominated villages? So in the next section of the paper, we try to look at the possible explanation that can explain our main findings. Now, teachers are believed to be a fundamental agent who influence the learning process in school. And unfortunately, despite the legal provision against the verbal abuse and the corporal punishment, that continues to be the most common way to ensure discipline in schools. So what we try to look here is that we try to look at the teacher's behavior, which are measured by 3 indicators. So I'll just take 2 more minutes. Okay. So what we try to look at is that how is the teacher's behavior for the SC kids in the different settings. And we find that the SC kids are more likely to be beaten up, scolded, and treated unfairly when they reside in the village dominated by the higher caste compared to their lower caste, and which may influence their learning outcomes. And this also holds true when we control for several other factors. We also explored the several alternative channels that may explain these results, but we do not find any evidence. Our results remain robust even when we control for several other alternative channels. I'll just conclude here. So what we find is that there is a significant intercaste differences in both reading and arithmetic skill. The SC children are likely to perform better in their own caste dominated villages compared to the higher caste dominated villages. And one of the channels that we find is the teacher's treatment towards the SC kid in the higher caste dominated villages is worse compared to the own caste dominated village. We also have several robustness check in terms of the definition of the village dominance and the degree of the dominance and changing the learning outcome as writing. So I'll just stop there. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for the presentations. Okay, let's hear the discussions from the Professor Leah Lakdawala from Wake Forest University. He got a PhD in economics from the UC San Diego. Okay, the Professor Leah. Okay.
Okay, of course, Zoom is deciding today, but it doesn't want to give me the option to share
my
PowerPoint slides or anything but my entire screen. I think that is just fine. So let me make this full screen. And that should work. Okay, are you able to see my slides now? Okay, yes. So this is kind of a weird fix that I'm doing, so I'm sorry for some reason it doesn't show up exactly right. Okay, so let me just get started by saying I really had a great time reading this paper. I found it completely fascinating, and I was just very impressed by all the work that the authors have done. So let me just jump in with what I see sort of as the main findings and takeaways of the paper. The first is that these scheduled caste children tend to perform better in villages that are dominated by other scheduled caste residents or landholders, depending on the definition of village dominance. And so another way of putting this is that just these marginalized groups are in fact less marginalized when they are less marginal, right? So when there are more of them and they're less of a minority, then they actually have better outcomes. And so in some sense, this is very intuitive and something that I think is still worth putting data to. And so just a very stark takeaway. And to give you some sense of the magnitude here, if you think about a scheduled caste child living in a village that's dominated by scheduled castes, then that child is 8 percentage points more likely to be able to read a story relative to another scheduled caste child who's otherwise similar, but in a non-scheduled caste or scheduled tribe dominated village. So a village dominated by these more upper castes, I suppose. So this is a big difference. I think, like an 8 percentage point change, at 8 percentage point change in the likelihood of being able to read a story is really big. And so these are very meaningful effects that they're finding. And then the second big takeaway is that they have evidence of one very interesting channel that could be at play here, and that's differential treatment by teachers. And there they find that a scheduled caste child living in a scheduled caste dominated village is 11 percentage points less likely to report being beaten by a teacher. So again, very big effects here, and just kind of astounding in terms of the actual outcome. So I wanted to sort of think about where this fits in with the literature. And, first and foremost, I think the idea of there being inequality, especially for marginalized communities, is really important, and one that people have tackled in a lot of different ways. And I think that this sort of fits nicely into that literature. It seems very timely given the policy background and history in India, with so many policies that are aimed to, basically to help scheduled caste and scheduled tribe citizens, and to give them more political representation and perhaps more representation in education. And so I think seeing that there are still such stark differences between children, scheduled caste children who are perhaps living in different conditions is really important. I do wonder how much context matters here in terms of the caste system, and how much of this is specific to India and how much is sort of more broadly applicable to other places. In the paper, the authors try to relate the findings, I think, to the neighborhood effects literature, and that, to me, that doesn't seem as natural of a comparison, because the paper isn't really looking at sort of within village residential sorting or segregation, but rather sort of cross-village differences. So, I think that there's definitely bridges to other literatures that you can make here, or at least other papers in this area, but maybe that's not the most natural way to make the connection. I'm also really interested in, with this idea of inequality in mind, to see if you look at the results. I don't think the estimation would actually be that much different, but if you look at the results instead as shedding light on sort of the gap between scheduled caste and scheduled tribe children, and then the non-SCST children, then that might be a better way to compare it to some of the other papers that are looking specifically at inequality. It's just a different take on what you're doing. You're looking, of course, at scheduled caste children and how their outcomes differ when the type of villages they're residing in differs. But I'm also interested in sort of that gap and whether it narrows. I mean, it has to, but how much it narrows when you go from a SC dominated village to a non-SCST dominated village. So the other thing that I found really fascinating was just the size of the effects that they're uncovering in the paper. And I think that it's important to think about sort of what these magnitudes mean. So should we compare this to sort of baseline differentials between scheduled caste and non-SCST children? And if we do that, I think from my reading of the coefficients, I think that it seems like for a scheduled caste child, if they live in a scheduled caste dominated village, that sort of more than erases the gap between scheduled caste and non-SCST children. I may be reading that wrong, but it seems like these are big effects that seem to do a lot to close the gap between marginalized kids and the sort of mainstream kids. Maybe it's worth sort of comparing these effects to other policies that have been put in place, ones that are specifically targeted at closing these gaps. As you've mentioned in the presentation, I think there's potential for long run impacts here because this is affecting the human capital accumulation of children. And so it might be worth looking at whether you see the same sorts of patterns for adults, and maybe for not just educational attainment of adults overall, but other sort of relevant outcomes that education might affect. The mechanisms I found just fascinating. I I am thankful that my kids don't go to schools here where beating by teachers is a common thing. And so just blew my mind to see how that is just common across a large population in India, but also to see the differential treatment is astounding. So I do wonder how this relates to other sort of caste and identity-based teacher interactions. So there's some work that the paper cites about differential grading that teachers do, effects of being matched with your teacher in terms of if you're a scheduled caste kid and you have a scheduled caste teacher, then maybe that makes a big difference. And I wonder if you can relate your findings to that a bit more in terms of the magnitudes and directions of effects and things like that. And I wonder if you can tie this more strongly to thinking about what about village dominance as the way that you define it has to do with the way teachers are treating kids. And I'd be interested for you to just kind of clarify that conceptual link a little bit more. Of course, I think there's other mechanisms out there, and you mentioned a lot of other papers that sort of talk about these ones, that village dominance might change, income streams and access to public facilities and other public investments, that there might be political economy stories that you could tell. And I think that those are worth thinking through kind of carefully and to think about how much of that is playing out in the results that you estimate. And then I'll just sort of wrap up by saying that the authors use the most recent round of the IHDS, which is great. They don't use previous rounds because you can't really track individual children. They're in this particular age group that are being tested. And so the earlier weights, those children aren't born yet, or they're not young enough, is old enough to be tested. So individual fixed effects doesn't make sense, but I'm wondering if the repeated cross sections of children could still be useful. You could think about sort of using a village fixed effects thing, but that doesn't really make sense because, in the presentation we saw land ownership really doesn't change. And so village dominance is not going to change over time. But just to illustrate how the trends in inequality are changing over time would be really useful. Like, we know that policies are changing over this time period. Do we actually see that the gaps, that the effects of village dominance change too? I would be interested to see that. Okay, so sorry for my initial technical difficulties, but yeah, thanks again for letting me read the paper, and I hope you find these comments helpful, and I sent some additional comments by email.
Okay, thank you, Leah. Okay, while her make her discussions, there is in the chatting windows, there is one more question from the Professor Jyoti Prasad. He asked about the definitions of dominance in her studies. It is defined based on only in terms of land ownership. If yes, what about political representations? How do you control for cases where the upper caste land ownership is very high, but lower castes are still majorities, and hence can have village leaders like this? Including these questions, Nea, do you make some brief comment to reply?
Yeah, so thank you, Lee. Thank you so much for the wonderful comments. And it was really nice that you shared the slides yesterday. And I think these are, all the comments are well taken. And in fact, some of them we are already kind of taking care in our revised drafts. Like, for example, looking at the alternative channels that I think in previous draft I have just mentioned that now we are trying to look at that in more detail. And the other thing that we are trying to do is that now we are actually trying to look at the inequalities over time. So we are now working with the 2005 data and see that how these effects have changed, because a lot of new policies have been introduced in these times, and whether that change any of these effects. And I think you also mentioned about the identification strategy, which was not clearly, and that we have also revised. And I think the other comments that needs to be that needs a kind of restructure in the introduction, that how we present, kind of relate our findings to the literature on neighborhood, community, segregation. And I think that I'll take care when I revise my manuscript. But thank you so much. I think all comments are very well taken. Thank you so much. And yeah, coming to the Jyoti's question. So for this paper, we are just defining. So the main specification, in the main specification, we are defining the village dominance based on the land ownership. As a robustness check, we also do dominance based on the population share, which is the numerical strength, and the combination of both the land and the population share. We also use that. We have not used the political power, but we control for the whether the village is the pradhan of the village. So so far we have just controlled for the village head, the caste of the village head. But I think that can also be looked as an important channel which can influence the learning outcome. But yeah, I think I can just look at it. But at this time, we have not kind of looked at the political power so far.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for the presentation and discussions. Okay, let's move on to the second topics. It will be presented by Professor Chon Kit Aul. He's a professor at the National Chang Kung University, and he got a PhD in economics from the U of Houston. His presentation title is Municipal Water Filtration Development and Children's Human Capital Investment. Okay, Dr. Chon Kit Aul?
So thanks. So can you guys hear me?
Yeah, it's good.
Thank you. So do you see my slide in full screen?
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. So so thanks for having me to this wonderful conference. So my name is Chong from the National Cheng Kung University in Taiwan. So in this project, so I want to understand what is the short-term effects of city installations of water filtration plan on children's school enrollment in the U.S. Enrollment and employment in the U.S. from 1880 to 1920. So access to clean water, it's a very important question because even in the recent year, there are still around 2 billion people who do not have access to safe drinking water. And every year, there are around 1.6 million people die because of diarrheal disease alone. Extensive water studies have shown that provisions of clean water have enormous effects on mortality reduction and improve children's health. So given such a significant effects of clean water on mortality or on health, it is very important to understand what is the effects of these clean water programs on human capital investment or human capital accumulation. However, there's very little study try to look at the potential effects of clean water on school outcome, such as school enrollment or child labor. And I will elaborate more of this point in the next slide. So a priori, the effect of clean water programs on school enrollment is unclear because after the clean water program, there are improvements in the health environment so that children are healthier and less likely to get sick. So this allows those previously sick and weak children to go to school now. At the same time, this clean water program can also improve children's ability to focus and concentrate in class. So all of this reduce the cost of going to school and at the same time increase the return to education. On the other hand, healthier children could also mean that they could be more productive and therefore be more valuable in the labor market. So this increased the relative return to work and also increased the cost of going to school so that the parents may not send them to school, may send them to work. So these two opposing stories basically suggest that the effects of the clean water program on school enrollment is actually an open question. So existing water study have established that provisions of clean water have a significant effects on health. So they find that provisions of clean water have a significant effect in mortality reduction in various kind of country. And also they find that this clean water program can also improve children's health so that they are less likely to suffer from waterborne diseases such as diarrhea. And there is another set of studies have established that the link between health and education. They find that childhood health is very important to education and also learning productivity. Surprisingly, there's very little research trying to look at the potential effects of clean water on educational outcome. And most of these studies focus on the long-term outcome or long-term educational outcomes, such as years of schooling. So my study here add to this understudied topic. And another important contribution of my study is that I try to estimate the effect of a municipal infrastructure investment for a more comprehensive set of cities. So I consult various historical books, accounts, and reports to collect city year level installations of water filtration plant informations for 111 cities, which is much more than the city that has been studied in the literature. Last but not least, one of the important policy implications of my finding is that is very important for countries which have not yet invested in clean water technology, because my findings suggest that these clean water programs actually not only affect mortality and morbidity, they actually affect human capital also. And during that time period, one of the major technology to purify water is water filtration. And although the initial purpose of water filtration is for aesthetic reason, so people use water filter because they want to reduce turbidity. Turbid water means dirty and muddy water, remove bad taste, and discolor the water from yellow to crystal clear. But more importantly, this water filtration is very effective in reducing bacteria and reducing waterborne diseases such as typhoid fever. And one significant evidence that I'm going to show you is an empirical result from the city of Lawrence in the state of Massachusetts. So the city of Lawrence first installed water filtration in the years of 1893. And in here, we can see that the 1 year after the installation of the water filtration plant, when we compare the number of bacteria before and after the water filtration, we see that there's a 99% reduction of the number of bacteria in the water. And the water filter stay effective years after the installation. So basically, the information here just want to show you that this water filter is very effective in killing bacteria. In other words, it improves health. And so in my data, I self-collected this city year level water filtration plant informations from all of these historical sources. And I try to construct a city year panel data of filtration plant installations for city with population over 30,000 people in 1920. And for the outcome variable, school enrollment and child labor, they are from the IPAMS USA censuses. So I use the censuses of 1880, 1900, 1910, and 1920. And you may wonder what's going on. Where is 1890? Because the 1890 record were destroyed by fire, so nobody can use it anymore. Okay, so I am missing 1890 in my sample period. So to utilize to try to maximize the number of cities that I can use in my sample, I utilize all of the available census available online, which is 1% and 10% sample for 1880, 1% and 5% for 1900, 1% for 1910 and 1920. And I reweight the sample in my empirical analysis. So my main sample focused on native-born Black and white children aged between 10 to 16. And there are 4 outcome variables. They're all binary variables. So the first one is enrollment, which is equal to 1 if this kid is currently attending school. Child labor, it's equal to 1 if this kid reported an occupation, which is for children who are older than age 10. The third one is a full-time school enrollment, which is equal to 1 if the children reported that they are enrolled, but they do not report an occupation. And the full-time employment is this kid reported an occupation, but they said that they did not attend school. Okay, so I have 4 outcome variable. And so by merging my self-collected city year level data with the micro level censuses, I have a balanced sample of 111 cities in my main analysis. And this map just shows you the 111 cities. So in general, although most of the cities are located in the East Coast, in general, we see that they spread over the United States, and they spread across the United States. And the reason why there are more cities in the East Coast is basically due to the fact that during that time period, most of the populated cities are located in the East Coast. And there's a considerable time variations of when and whether a city adopted water filtration. So as you can see here in my sample, I have some city which never adopted water filtration during the entire time period. Some city adopted water filtration in the earlier time period, in between time period, and later time period. So this variation across cities and across time allowed me to adopt a difference in differences strategy as my empirical analysis. And an interesting question would be then, why some city adopt water filtration at the early time period, why some city adopt it in the later time period, why some city never adopt it, okay? So, so during that time period, installing a water filtration plan is a very important public infrastructure investment, which needs to overcome a lot of political, legal, or bureaucratic hurdles. So one of the examples that I can give you is the city of Philadelphia in the state of Pennsylvania. Because of the political complications and also the length of construction time, from the approval to the project to the actual operations of the water filtration plant, it took Philadelphia more than 10 years. So all of this introduced a certain degree of randomness on when and whether a city adopted water filtration, which make the actual timing of the adoption kind of unpredictable. And of course, I'm not only relying on this, right? So I'm using a difference in differences strategy as my empirical identification strategy. All right, so this is my empirical strategy, which is the standard difference in differences equation. So YICT here is as a dummy equal to 1 if children I who live in CDC in census year T are currently enrolled in school. Or is equal to 1 if this kid reported an occupation. So the filter CT is a dummy variable equal to 1 if CDC adopted water filtration plan, it's in census year T. And I have city fixed effect, year fixed effect, and also other demographic and city year level control, such as age fixed effect, household head socioeconomic status, measured by household head and literacy status, gender, race, and the populations of the city. Yeah, let's look at the result. So the top panel A, shows you the estimated beta hat from the equation 1 that I just showed you. So each cell here represents a subgroup regression. So let's focus on column 1 and column 2 first, okay? So in column 1 and column 2, this point estimates basically tell us that, so for the city who adopted a water filtration plan, it will increase its school enrollment by around 2 percentage points, regardless of whether you look at school enrollment or full-time school enrollment. And then here is that water filtration will reduce child labor by around 2 percentage points. Okay, and you may think that, well, there could be other factors such as local economic conditions or policy changes, namely the state compulsory schooling law or child labor law that may affect my result. So in addition to the basic specification, I also control for the state by year fixed effect, which essentially control for any kind of state specific time shock, especially the state compulsory schooling law or state child labor law. They all have been taken control here. And after flowing away all of the cross-state variation, essentially I'm just comparing city within the same state. I find a similar result. I find a positive effects on school enrollment, negative effects on child labor. And you may still be concerned that, well, different city growth at different pace. Some city grow faster, some city grow slower. So on top of the state by year fixed effect, I also control for the city-specific linear time trend to capture that, different city growth at different pace. Some city grow faster, some city grow slower. And the result here basically tells us that the installation of water filtration plan will increase school enrollment by around 3 percentage points regardless of whether we look at school enrollment or full-time school enrollment. I find a negative point estimate on child labor, although they are not statistically significant, and the point estimate is pretty small. Okay. All right. And you know, I'm using a difference in differences, right? So we concerned about the pre-trend, right? So, but in my setting, it's very hard to show you the pre-trend in just one figures, because different city adopted the policy, adopted water filtration at different time, and more importantly, one of the year in between, I'm missing 1 year in between. I'm missing the years of 1890. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is, I'm going to show you, like I try to divide my sample into 3 subgroups, and I'm going to show you that the actual jump of the school enrollment is actually coincide with the timing of the adoptions of the water filtration plan. So essentially what I'm doing is, when I compare city treated in 1900 with a city never treated, I'm going to show you that the jump of the school enrollment actually happened right at 1900, and I don't see any jump in other years. When I compare city treated in 1910 with never, I'm going to show you that the jump of the school enrollment happened right at the year 1910, not in other years. And when I compare city treated in 1920 with never, I'm going to show you that there's a jump happened right at 1920, but not in other years. Okay, and I'm going to skip this. So here's the result. So let's look at the result that I here. So when as I mentioned, right, I separate my sample into 3 subgroups, and when I compare city who treated in 1900 with never, I see that the positive effects of school enrollment happen right at the 1900. When I compare city who is which treated in 1910 versus never, I see that the positive effects happen right at the year 1910. And when I compare city treated in 1920 with never, I see that the positive effect happened right at the 1920. Okay, and I observe a similar patterns for when I look at full-time school enrollment. Okay, so basically the figures here basically bolster our confidence that, you know, this is really about the clean water, it's not about other stuff, because the jump of the school enrollment is coincide with the timing of the city adoption of the water filtration plan. And also, well, even though I show you that, you may still think that, oh, no, I still don't think this is about clean water. Maybe there could be other factors, such as, you know, maybe the city is just rich so that the city build a filter at the same time they build school. That's why you see that when you build a filter, there's increase in school enrollment. Okay, so to alleviate this concern, I go back and try to collect city year level informations on the total expenditure on school, something like that. So in panel B1, I go back and look at various historical accounts to try to collect city year level informations on the total expenditure on school, number of teacher per school, and the pupil teacher ratio. And I included in the model. As you can see in B1, my results are the same. Increases school enrollment by around 3 percentage points. And you may think that, oh, it's not about school, it's about economic condition. It's maybe the economic condition is good. That's why the parents earn more. When the parents earn more, they don't need to send their kid to school. They will send the kid to work. So then I go back and collect city year level informations of the value of agricultural land per capita, or the acres of agricultural land per capita, to capture the economic conditions of the agricultural sector. And I include them in panel B2, same result, 3 percentage points. And you may still consider, oh, no, it's not about the agricultural sector, it's the manufacturing sector. So I go back and collect informations on the city year level value of agricultural product per capita. And I include it in panel B3, same result, 3 percentage point increase of school enrollment. And in panel B4, I include all of the control in panel B1, B2, and B3, you know, school variable, agricultural value of agricultural product, value of manufacturing product, still same result, increase the school enrollment by around 3 percentage points. And you may still think that, oh, it's about your city, because your 111 city are so special. That's why you find that effect. So And to alleviate this concern, actually, in my self-collected sample, I have some information on some city which I know their timing of adoption, but this city just do not appear in at least one of the censuses. So I use up this city again, use back this city again in my analysis to form an unbalanced panel, do the same regressions, same result, 3 percentage points. And I also add some city that I know that they don't have a filter until 1914, but I don't know whether they have a filter between 1915 and 1920. And I say, I think let's assume that they never have a filter. Include them back into my regressions, same result, 3 percentage points. Okay, so it's not about that my city are so special. So hopefully, after all of this, I'm able to convince you that it is really about this clean water project, this clean water program, not about other stuff. So last thing that I want to discuss is, so how is my effect compare with other health intervention in the US? So one most relevant paper is the Hoy-Brickley QJE paper, who looks at the hookworm eradication program in the American South during 1900 to 1950. A similar time period as mine. So he find that this health intervention program increases school enrollment by around 3 to 5 percentage points, which is very similar to my point estimate. I find a 3 percentage point increase in school enrollment from my clean water program, right? So my point estimate is not far off from the existing literature, which look at a very similar time period and health intervention program in the US. So I'm on time, so to wrap up in 20 seconds. So this study is, my finding here is important to country where poor health environment may impede human capital, because I find that actually this clean water program increases school enrollment. And I'm going to skip this. And yeah, my finding is important because I show you that this clean water infrastructure investment not only affect mortality and morbidity, they actually affect human capital. Thanks so much.
Yes, thank you for very interesting papers. Okay, let's hear the discussions. From the Jyoti Prasad. He's a professor at the Korea University. He got a PhD in economics from the Institute for Financial Management and Research. Okay, Professor Jyoti.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes.
So first of all, thank you to the organizer for giving me this opportunity to discuss this paper. First of all, this is a very interesting paper and I thoroughly enjoyed reading this paper, and congratulations to the author Cho for carrying out this particular study. The research question itself is quite novel. Human capital, we all know that it's an important factor for not just economic growth, but it's also an important dimension of economic development. And then you are linking it with clean water access, which is quite novel. So and now you have used a very historic data set in the context of American cities. And I really commend your efforts that you have put in to collect all this historic data and then making it amenable for econometric analysis. Now, you have used a difference in difference technique for your identification. And the two key results that emerge from your study is that there is a positive impact on school enrollment, but you don't find any statistically significant impact on employment. Now, I have a few comments and suggestions and a few clarificatory questions. Now, the first one is about the age group that you have looked at. So you have given the reasons for why you restricted analysis from 10 to 10, age of 10 and above. But I was wondering, why did you stop at 16? Is there any justification for doing the for the highest age being 16? And then I was looking at the table 3 of the paper, that the May 2022 version that I had. So it seems the occupation number that you have reported for the children and the number in the main text, there is some discrepancy. Maybe you can look at it. And then coming to the data, you mentioned that it's a balanced panel of cities, but your analysis is still at the child level. So I was wondering whether it's a panel or a repeated cross section, which is just for a clarification. And then the other concern I had is that you have showed clearly that the timing of the filter installation is kind of unpredictable. But I'm also wondering whether there is any systematic difference between the early installers and the late installers. So is it possible for you to show that there is no such difference, maybe in terms of some observable characteristics, that these early installers and late installers are kind of comparable? Then you have also talked about the migration, and you have showed clearly there is no selective migration happening. But then I was still I'm wondering that when you look at the child, and if it's a repeated cross section or if it's a panel, then what happens if they migrate, and how do you control for that? I mean, how do you track the same child over a period of time? Now, just one observation: the empirical specification that you showed today in your presentation is slightly different from what you had in the paper. So I could see there is a gamma C and then there is a rho C. But I was wondering, why can't we just have a gamma C, which is a city level fixed effects, and just use that as an interaction with the time trend, instead of introducing another rho C? So this is a very minor comment. And then I was also wondering that how come city population is also of variable in your XICT vector, because for a child, the population is, for all the children in the same city, the population is the same, right? So should we think of some other control? Then the next is about the table 4, which I found a bit difficult to follow in terms of the number of sample. So if I understood correctly, the full-time employment should be a subsample of the kids who are employed. But from the table, it seems that the number of the sample size doesn't change, right, across all specifications. I was wondering as to why this is so. And then I'm also just curious that, is there any child, is it possible, just I'm thinking about different possibilities, who is not enrolled in the school and also not working? So what percentage of kid belongs to that category, and where would you put them in your specification? So yeah, I think, and finally, since you have used, to me, it seems like a staggered DID specification. So I would also urge you to look at the work of Andrew Baker. It's a Harvard Business School working paper, where the title of the paper is that how much should we trust staggered DID? So maybe you can look at it and explore whether it has any implications for your work. But nonetheless, it's a very interesting paper. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the discussions. At the chatting window, we have one more questions from the Professor Leah. He asks 3 questions. The first one is there a way you could estimate event study style regulations using the series year of field adoptions and the survey years? Second one is, what kind of mechanism do you have in mind that helps increase the return to schooling, something else? And the last one is, can you estimate long-run effects of childhood exposure to filtered waters on adult outcomes? Okay, including these questions, could you make a quick replies? The Professor Chong.
Sure. Thanks, Professor Choi, and thanks, Professor Prasad, for the feedback. So let me answer Leah's comment first, because it's shorter. So Leah want to know that to have an event study type regression, that's a great idea. But the problem is, I'm using I'm using a micro level census, right? So I don't have which is not a household survey which is available like every year or every 2 years. So I'm having this census in every 10 years, and so it's very hard to, especially I'm missing the years of 1890. So it's very hard to, it's basically not possible to do an event study because I don't have that long time windows for that. And then mechanism, that's an important question. So what from my presentations, as you can understand, I'm trying to push this into the mechanism of, well, it is about improvement of children's health. Now, this kid are healthier. So should the parents send them to school or should the parents send them to work, right? But one may think that, well, maybe it is not about the health of the children, it's about the health of the parents. Maybe after the clean water, the parents are healthier, the parents are more productive, so the parents earn more so that they don't need to send the kid to school. They don't need to send the kid to work, they will send the kid to school. But I try to explore this mechanism in the paper, and I don't see that, interestingly, I don't see that this water filtration program is actually improving the productivity of the parents, because in the censuses, they have some indexes like social economic indexes or, a labor force participation. I don't see any effects of this clean water program on all of this. So it seems to me that it's not about the productivity of the parents, it's about the improvement of health of the children. And long run effect, that would be an interesting extension, but there will be another paper, not in this paper. So thanks for the feedback. And about Dr. Professor Persad feedback. So that's wonderful. So the first one is about why stop at 16. I mean, it's very hard to think of, there's no specific cutoff of, child labor or school enrollment, especially we are talking about the US 150 years ago, like people usually don't work until they finish high school. So, but my result is very stable when I use the cutoff of 15 or 16 or 17. So there's no particular reason why I cut off at 16, because I think 16 is you're somewhere between 18 and 14, so I just use 16. And another one is about the table 3. There's this discrepancy about the number. I think I missed some of the points, so I may send you an email and please tell me again, like where's the discrepancy of the number? Maybe it's a typo. And then about the panel or repeated cross section, it is a repeated cross section. Because my unit of observation is children, right? But when we talk about the city, that is actually a city year panel, because I observe the same city across different census year, right? When we look at the city level, which is a panel, but when we look at the children, which is a repeated cross section. Showing the pre-trend of the treated and not treated city. As I mentioned, showing the pre-trend in one figure is hard because I only have the censuses in every 10 years and I have only 4 censuses. And so I try to show you that the effect is the increase of the school enrollment is coincide with the adoption of the water filtration plan. Migration, the data, they asked in which state this kid born. So I'm just measuring when now I observe this kid when they are 12 years old, are they living in the same state with where they were born? So this is how I measure migration. If they're now when they're 12 years old, if they live in the same state as where they were born, I regarded them, they do not migrate because I have the state of birth. And you're right, population should not have I subscript because I'm too lazy to add another variable there. That's why I put it in the XICT. You're right. And you are suggesting what is the effect of, the student can do nothing, right? They can go to school or go to work or do nothing. That's interesting. And actually, I experienced a lot of this question. So I just wonder, why do we want to know how would this clean water program affect do nothing? I'm just wondering what is your the rationale behind this, because I'm just wondering why this is an interesting question. Why should I care about how would this program affect whether our children do nothing or not? And yeah, you suggest a paper. I'm going to read it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the reply. Okay, let's move on. The third, last presentations. This comes from the Professor Ye Chang. He's a professor at the Stockholm School of Economics. She got the PhD in economics from the Columbia University. Her presentation title is Discriminations in the Venture Capital Industries. Evidence from the 2 randomized controlled trials. Okay, let's hear the presentations. Would you unmute the mic?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Good.
Cool. Well, thanks so much for having me here. I guess if you're Asians or women, this paper will be quite relevant to you. Great. So we know that there's a heated debate over whether implicit discrimination or explicit discrimination cause any glass ceiling in the modern US society, especially at the top level, right? And then if you look at the discrimination literature, it seems that most of papers mainly focus on the entry-level positions or, the low-skilled labor market. So this paper tried to focus on one of the high-skilled labor markets and also financial markets, that is the entrepreneurial financing process in the US VC industry. Previous literature actually provides conflicting results due to lack of natural experimental settings, in the sense that if you look at field experimental evidence, investors are biased towards women and Asians. So basically, there was a working paper from Stanford and UBC, and then researchers sent out cold call pitch emails to investors. And they found, like, surprisingly, investors reply more frequently to the emails sent by women and Asians. But the major concern is that, hey, look, this type of correspondence test experiment mainly captures a code setting, and then rare, almost like, no high quality startups gonna send cold emails to VCs, right? And so results may not be generalizable. But if you look at, previous empirical papers, people generally found a pretty robust gender gap or racial gap in terms of raising funding from VC industry. And then so people speculate a lot that investors are biased against women and Asians. But the concern is like, hey, look, you don't have exogenous variations, how you can identify discrimination and, different mechanisms. So the risk question in this paper is that I want to re-examine whether early stage investors really discriminate against women and minorities, right? Especially Asians, who are the largest minority group in the US entrepreneurial community. And if that's the case, why? What's the mechanisms? And then what's the nature, right? And different from previous discrimination literature, I also checked the distributional effect, which actually confirms 2 theoretical predictions from a 2009 AER paper. One is called discrimination reversion, which means when you examine candidates of different qualities or rating scores, discrimination actually can reverse. And the other is called pro-cycle discrimination, which means that, during the economic recession, when evaluators are more selective, discrimination can be, more severe. So what this paper does is it combines 2 complementary field experiments with real US venture capitalists. And the first one is a lab in the field experiment that try to capture a warm setting, right? So what I did is I collaborate with a few incubators or accelerators in the US, and then we built a machine learning matching tool, and then approach US investors and say, hey, look, this is a super cool matching tool from Columbia students. And then what they need to do is that they need to evaluate multiple randomized startup profiles in this matching tool. So all startup characteristics are orthogonally randomized, including their gender, indicated by names, race, or educational backgrounds, blah, blah, blah. And so the more truthfully they reveal their preferences, the more likely the machine learning matching tool will help them to match with real high quality startups from our incubators. So here you use real investment opportunities to incentivize investors' preferences. So that's the first sub-experiment called IIR experiment created by a 2019 AER paper. And then we know VC actually add value through both providing funding and also providing some non-monetary support. Say, for example, guidance, advice, or encouragement, right? And so the second part is a donation game. We ask investors to donate real money to randomly displayed startup teams. Some are Asian teams, some are female teams. And then we try to see that whether investors, treat different teams differently. We're going to use these donated money to purchase little gifts to our startup teams and bring the anonymous encouragement from the investment community. So the second experiment, I just redesigned the correspondence test, and then it captures a code setting that try to check how investors evaluate struggling startups, right? And so it also tests investors' responses to randomized pitch emails, similar to the working paper from Stanford. But unlike their paper, my design can test the mechanisms and explain why investors, favor minorities in this setting. So to achieve this goal, I use a new email behavior tracking technologies that can see, how much time you spend on each email, and the email opening rates, the website click rates, you just have richer behaviors. And also I adjust the experimental design so that, I can introduce quality variations here. So here, by combining experiment A and B, the goal is try to check how investors evaluate attractive and struggling startups separately, and also see, what's the situation in both investment setting and also non-investment setting. So the main takeaway of the paper is that in the first experiment, I found a distributional effect from quantile regressions that implicit discriminations against women and Asians mainly exist among top startups, and it's driven belief. It's driven by beliefs in the sense that people just feel like, minority-led startups are less profitable. They don't want to invest in these type of startups. And also it confirms a per-cycle discrimination. When investors are more selective, their internal thresholds are higher, and they're going to see that discrimination is more severe. That's the result from experiment A. And for experiment B, I sort of confirmed that investors are indeed more friendly to the emails sent by female names or Asian names of struggling startups. But then even in this code setting, when you evaluate struggling startups, I found like during COVID-19 outbreak, there is a temporary bias against the Asian founders. Essentially experiment B should capture the lower bound of discrimination because it try to capture how investors evaluate low quality startups. But even in this situation, during COVID outbreak, you see discrimination against Asians. And then these results try to reconcile the conflicting results in the literature by showing that different papers or methods will capture investors' preferences, of startups in different position of the distribution. It also confirms the theories from a 2009 AR paper, which has never been empirically tested before, although the results I think makes a lot of sense. So the paper also developed a consistent decision-based heterogeneous effect estimator to measure the polarization of people's discrimination behaviors and their separate driving forces. But I may not have time to go through this. For interested readers, you can just read the paper about that session. In terms of the contribution, the paper naturally links to entrepreneurial finance literature by causally identifying discrimination and also reconcile the mixed results. It also contributes to discrimination literature by providing a framework to study high-skilled labor market and also test the theories. So lastly, because when you want to implement field experiments in the financial markets of developed countries, a lot of designs need to be adjusted so that it can be there. And also we know the two experiments implemented in the paper are currently two mainstream, I would say, experimental methods to detect discrimination. However, previous papers never really compare, these two methods. And this is, based on my knowledge, a first paper that tried to check the results from both methods in the same context during the same time. And I'm going to show you that, the results cannot match with each other because they mainly capture, different situations. And also there's a estimator about decision-based heterogeneous effect. So let me just go directly to the design of experiment A and its results. So to implement the so-called IRR experiment or the donation game, as what I mentioned, I collaborate with real accelerators, right? And then in the profile evaluation session, which is the IRR experiment, investors evaluate 16 randomized startup profiles. So that provides exogenous variations. And then they know that these profiles are hypothetical, no deception. However, we provide some strong incentives so that they are willing to provide their truthful evaluations. And so here is basically after we evaluate the first 8 profiles, there is a short break, and then we evaluate the second 8 profiles, and then answer some background questions. That's a typical IRR experimental design. And so for the donation part, it's like investors will receive an unexpected 15 Amazon gift card, and we told them like, hey, you can donate parts of those money to our founders. But then actually the pictures about those startup founders displayed to investors are randomized. And then if they decide to donate, say $5, they only get $10 rewards. And then essentially this is a machine learning matching tool. We try to provide a field setting. Someone might be concerned that, hey, what if investors don't value about the $15? They don't value about the incentives you provide. And then will that, cause any problem to this experiment? So based on previous literature, if the experiment is weakly incentivized, that means like subjects will behave in a more pro-social manner. So if you really feel those are concerns, the incentives are not valued, that means like this experiment mainly captured the lower bound of, like how discrimination looks like in the society. The real world might be even worse. And so the key features of experiment A is about its evaluation questions and also the incentive structure. So there are 3 mechanism questions guided by the theory. So the first is about like the productivity, right? Or profitability. Investors might don't like minority-led startups because they feel they're less profitable. That's the first moment. Or probably they feel like they're less available because this is a two-sided matching market. So for example, if they feel like, oh, look, I feel like minority-led startups, they have less outside opportunities. And then they might be more likely to accept my offer instead of other, like financing tools. And then probably it's okay. I just invest in them because, I don't need to waste my time to invest in some overqualified startups. So that's some strategic channel in the matching market. And also potentially they feel like startups are just, more risky. They don't want to invest in them. That's the second moment, right? And there are also 2 decision questions. One is about like their contact likelihood, how likely you want to contact startups. And that's a key feature that I want to use to reconcile the literature, because the previous conflicting results mainly happened in the contact stage. And it captures some extensive margin, which is about like whether you can get the funding or not. I also want to look at like, the investment amount, how much money you want to invest in each startup. That captures the intensive margin, right? So given that you receive offer, do you receive more money or less money? So in terms of the incentive structure, all investors receive the matching incentive. They get their dream startups. That's incentive used by 2019 ER paper. To increase the sample size, I also use a monetary incentive. Basically, it's like the more accurate their evaluations are, especially about the profitability, and then the more likely they receive more financial returns. So this is mainly used to increase the sample size. And then results shows like, these 2 incentive structures don't, lead to systematically different evaluations of majority versus minority-led startups. So, both are valid. And then the main results actually come from the implicit discrimination. So I think almost all papers that use the IRR experimental designs don't found aggregate level discrimination, in the sense that if you just combine all the profiles together, you don't find systematically different evaluations. However, when investors are fatigued or rushed in the second half of the experiment, you found that the ratings received by women-led startups goes down, gradually, especially, like a lot of discriminations happened at the end of the study. Right. So if you look at here, investors spend roughly, 30 seconds less in the second half of the study. And then the interaction effects of women-led startups and the second half of study are significantly negative. And so similarly, this applies to Asian founders, but then the results are less significant. So here I can conclude that female founders received lower ratings in the second half of the experiment. So if you just look at how evaluations evolved across different profiles, you can see that a lot of those discriminations happens, like for profile 15 and 16, right? Those are the last profiles you can imagine. So the magnitude is really not trivial. Women-led startups receive roughly 17% to 22% less likelihood to be contacted by investors. And also they receive roughly 20% less investment at the end of the study. And the cognitive workload introduced by this experiment is really not large. You just evaluate, say, 10 profiles, and then you see discrimination is here. So that means even though I call this implicit discrimination, potentially this type of, phenomenon found in this paper plays a super important role in the real life, because we know we work 8 hours a day at the minimum. And so, this is a serious issue. And then another interesting thing is when we focus on the second half of the experiment where discrimination was discovered, quantile regression results show that most of those discrimination concentrates on top startups. So say if you are profitable, say if you receive contact interest ratings above the average, women are 10% less likely to be contacted, and Asians are 7 to 10% less likely to be contacted. Although, this experiment doesn't have enough statistical power to really check how investors evaluate struggling startups. That's the reason why we need experiment B. And this phenomenon also happens in terms of racial discrimination. If you look at Asian-led startups versus white-led startups, you see that when your startup is of high quality, you receive higher rating scores. And then Asian-led startups are about 9% less likely to be contacted by investors in tech sectors, and 10% less likely to be contacted if you just look at all the sectors. However, the coefficient becomes slightly positive if you look at those low quality startups who receive lower contact interest ratings. And still, not enough power to test this, struggling situations. This also applies to ageism. If you just compare the startups led by older founders versus younger founders, you see that, older founders receive discrimination if they have super attractive startups. But then they are favored by investors if their startups are less attractive, right? So now it seems this discrimination reversion phenomenon is pretty robust across, gender discrimination, age discrimination, or racial discrimination. And what's interesting is when I go back to Corin's 2019 AER paper, which is the first one to use AR experiment. Actually, the result also applies to their setting, even though they try to check whether HRs hire students. That's a different setting. And then based on their implicit discrimination data, women receive discrimination if you're a super nice students who receive high GPAs, right? So this is the distribution effect. And so let's look at the per-cycle discrimination. If you assume the internal thresholds of different investors, and then try to check how discrimination evolves across these internal thresholds measured by contact interest ratings, you can see that when investors' internal thresholds are low, they're unselective as what they do during the economic boom. You see the coefficients are slightly positive for minority-led startups, and then for the startups led by older founders, it's even significant here. Then when investors' internal thresholds are super high, they become very selective. For example, during recession, or for some super select jobs like CEOs, right, entrepreneurs, or board members, and you see that this is where discrimination happens. And then minority-led startups gonna receive much less interest from investors. So this is also predicted by the 2009 AER paper. And then I remember the motivation of that paper is that in Europe, when the economy goes well, it seems like the employment rate of immigrants goes up a lot. But then when the economy goes down, the immigrants are also the ones who will hit the most, and also the first in the whole society. So our experimental results also are consistent about that. So for the donation game, this is sure. So for this donation game, I just tell them like, hey, you receive some Amazon gift cards, and then these are founders, and do you want to donate to them? And then some of the pictures are white male founders as shown here. Some are female founders, and some are Asian, some are white. We found that homophily exists, and also discrimination against the female founders mainly come from male investors. So here's like, male investors donate more to male founders, and then white male founders donate more to white male founders. So that's a homophily in a non-investment setting. So for experiment B, I send cold call emails, but then randomize, besides gender or race, randomize educational background and the project advantages. And then those randomizations are introduced in both email content and also the email subject line. So I can measure how much time you spend on these emails, and then, whether you open that, whether you click those inserted websites, and then including the previous response rates. So here we see that, we do see bias towards women and Asians. However, during COVID, in March of 2020, investors spent 3 seconds less on Asians' emails. However, this phenomenon will flip in April. So it seems like this is a temporary phenomenon associated with COVID. And then the magnitude is not trivial because generally you only spend 24 seconds on each email, right? And so to conclude, this paper implements 2 complementary field experiments with real US investors and then with the real world investment settings. And then the paper documents discrimination reversion phenomenon and the per cycle discrimination. Discrimination do exist, but it's mainly focused on the top startups, those attractive startups. And also it's more severe during economic recession and during the COVID outbreak. And methodologically speaking, it focuses on high skill labor market, try to compare results from 2 experimental methods studying discrimination, but showing that results really don't match because in high skill labor market they capture different situations, and then there's a estimator to see some polarizations. So pretty much that's the presentation. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you a lot. Okay, let's hear the discussions from the Dr. Leonardo Lacovons from the World Bank. He got a PhD in the economics from the University of Sussex. He's currently the lead economist. Okay, let's hear the discussions.
Hi, I want to see if you can see my screen. Great.
Yeah.
So thanks a lot for asking me to read and discuss this paper. It's very, very interesting. And I have to say, my overall comment on the paper is really that it's a great and very rich paper. But let me go more in detail. So yeah, I think did a great presentation. So I will be very quick here. But I think it's important to emphasize the background of this paper. For those who are not very familiar with the literature. So there is a lot of inconsistent results in this literature, and some of them are actually surprising. I was at the MDR where the first paper was presented. It was very surprising. There was a lot of discussion on that fact that the letters sent show that there is actually some post-discrimination towards women and Asian. And I think she really managed to make understand where these results are coming from. Now, what is interesting in this paper is that she implements, I would say, not 2 but 3 experiments, and all these are really pretty standard in the literature, but it's unique and they're put together in the same context. My main comment is that it is really fantastic. I just feel that there was so much material, and I didn't know if it really was just one paper, as the presentation show. Actually, we could have listened to quite a bit more because there were other parts of the paper that he didn't manage to present. But that said, I think it's extremely rich and very carefully executed. I think it has provided 2 big contributions to literature. One is really in terms of findings about really the empirical results that initially guide us to reconcile some of the previous inconsistent findings. But also, I think methodologically, I think she provides some very interesting variation to the previous methodology, and I really like what she couldn't discuss, the machine learning based estimator, and how she redesigns the correspondence test. So really great job. I have three main comments and a small one. The first main comment is that I still was asking myself how representative is the sample of respondent. Now, the response rate she obtains from the venture capital, and this is really something very difficult to get. So it's in line with the sort of what you normally obtain in this setup, but still it's potentially concerning. She obtained response from 69 out of more than 17,000. So the is very careful because she shows that they are representative relative to the broader universe of venture capitalists in terms of key observables such as sector focus, the stage they focus, the gender, if they come from minority. But I think this is very little because you can just have a lot more things that are unobserved that could be very different from the rest of the population. Why less than 1% would respond? Is this less than 1% really so matching the rest of the population? Or maybe we find that there is no difference just because there is very little power in this such a small sample. So one idea that I thought could be helpful is to try to obtain from online sources such as LinkedIn more information about these venture capitalists. I think about education, where they have studied, things that actually can give us a bit more information about how they differ from the others. And if it's not possible to do it from everybody, maybe it would be possible to draw a sample out of the entire universe that you have, and for those only, do a search to get some more background information. So for example, one question I had in my mind was, we know there is all this literature about discrimination related to how familiar we are potentially with the sort of those that we could discriminate. So if we know that they have invested in the past or in many female businesses or in many minority businesses, this could be very important characteristics to check. So let's just as an example. The second comment I have is about the realism of the setup. This is something really, I think is something that should be easy to address. There's really more of a question mark in the reader. And the argument here makes is that the cold letter, relative to the cold letter, this IRR elicitation is better in terms of realism, because the cold letter is not really used by venture capital to find the good businesses, but it's more for getting information about struggling business. Now, I was wondering how common this exercise is in reality, meaning how common the venture capitalists search and find new deals through this platform and through these tools. So it is mentioned, it is very common in incubator and accelerator, but I still don't know how common it is for venture capitalists. So one possibility would be have a very short survey to understand how commonly these venture capitalists use this type of tools, and this would give us a little bit more comfort about the sense that this is very much a realistic setup. Also, I was wondering, do they use this type of tool to look for which type of businesses? It's more for the struggling businesses or for the general business in the search. On the donation, I think this addressed it. I think it would be good in discuss this a little more in the paper for the fact that this seems to be a small amount. One comment I have is more on the results. So here shows that when respondents are more tired, you can pick up these implicit biases, which is very much in line with this literature of biases, implicit bias emerge. But when I was looking at the results, it doesn't seem that there is necessarily a difference between second half versus first half. It looks very much, as here shows, that all the results, as you can see here from the left side, are clustered around the last two rounds. And when it comes to the timing of how long it takes to the respondent to respond, it's not that there is a break between the first and second half. It looks like in the first exercise, when they are learning, they take longer. And then once they've learned, if you take off the first two exercises, the timing is basically always the same. So I think some more discussion here and clarification would be good. If you probably take out the last two rounds, the results become insignificant. I still think I'm convinced by the results, but I just think still this is something worth discussing more explicitly in the paper. Now, the minor comment I had is on the motivation. I think actually the paper could actually be contributing even more to a broader literature about growth and misallocation. TA doesn't discuss. I think there's all this literature. There was this paper a few years back by Sheehan, Clino, and other co-authors about the allocation of talent. And they show how discrimination can have real economic and adverse effect on growth. And also all the IMF literature, IMF recently have been doing a lot of work on how gender inequality and discrimination does affect growth. So I think linking also to this literature may allow you to sell even better this paper in a way, in the sense of, what is the cost of this discrimination? Now, I don't know if you can, based on your results, you can get to this, but I think at least linking to the literature would be helpful to show that your paper speaks to a broader problem than just the discrimination itself, but also speaks to the problem of growth and productivity and misallocation. These are my comments, so I'll take off my presentation now. But again, great job, and I think very, very interesting paper.
Okay, thank you for the comments. Professor Ye Chang, could you make some reply?
Sure. Well, thanks, Leo. I think all of these are great points. So let me just reply to three of your points. The first one is about the sample size. The current sample size is comparable to the 2019 AER paper. The reasons it's generally harder to recruit professionals, and especially during COVID, a lot of professors they shift to the survival mode, and then not much can be really implemented there. However, in terms of representativeness, I think you're fully correct that it's important to look at the recruited samples' previous investment histories. Whether they significantly invest less in women-led startups. And actually, there is a panel E in the second table that shows that that's not the case. So it seems like, when I check about their investment histories, first, they are not more against women based on their histories. And also, these are mainly larger VC funds. Only larger VC funds are more likely to, still seek for new businesses during COVID. So that's a sample selection bias. Mainly we capture some large influential VC funds. And in terms of the realism, that's another great point. This year, during the NBER entrepreneurship workshop, I think there's a paper called AI and VC market. And then each year, venture capitalists need to probably evaluate thousands of startups in the pre-screening process. And then you let maybe 50 startups to enter communication stage. And so that's the reason why a lot of startups like Techstars, they just try to develop these type of machine learning algorithms to facilitate their deal sourcing process and also their, selection things. But that's true, cold call emails, someone use that, but those are generally inexperienced startups. And then for most of VCs, they try to contact startups through their network. And recently people try to use more quantitative ways to pick startups. And then the last one is about the last two profiles. I think I can really check about this because, those null results first comes from, the first and second half fatigue effect. But it also comes from the distributional effect in the sense that because you combine both struggling startups and attractive startups together, I guess quantile regressions probably can still discover some of the results even after we remove the last two profiles. But I think those are really, great points. And thank you so much. These are super insightful. Yep, great.
Okay, thank you for all three the presenters and three the discussant. We have the three papers on learning outcomes, children's human capitals, and gender discrimination. I believe that all these papers and your discussions are helpful to deepen and enlarge our understanding on impact evaluations at this field. Thanks a lot again, and let's give all the presenters and discussants their achievement. Thanks a lot.
So Leo, would you mind sending me the slides?
Yes, I will.
Thanks.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it marks the end of the Impact Evaluation Conference for KDI School's 25th anniversary. I would like to thank the speakers and discussants who have earnestly participated in the conference. And I want to thank all the participants for the 2 days who have joined us virtually. COVID-19 or not, KDI School will continue to host research event where students, researchers, and professionals share their ideas and constructive feedbacks. In other words, I hope to see you again in the near future. And goodbye and have a wonderful weekend. Thank you very much.